Hey, what's going on, y'all? Sorry I'm late. I had to watch the rest of this. I was rewinding and cutting back just to check things out. Make sure you can hit that one. I got a little glitch thing going on, which is a little weird. Sorry about that. Let me see some ones in the chat. Make sure I'm all the way live before we kick this foolishness off. We have a lot to talk about because it was like this was El Stupido tonight. Like I'm gonna be straight up. This was El Stupido. Thank you guys so much. I see the ones. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yeah, there's just a lot because I had to go back. There's a few points where I was just like, they didn't just say that. On the one side, though, can we recognize that when I did my video on the Brown family finances, that a brother was right? Can we at least acknowledge that? Can we take a moment to say, yeah, he figured that shit out? That's exactly what I said was happening, y'all. I said they putting that money into one account. All of them have access to it. It's just the understanding that the way they take the money out. This is what they were saying. They said it's an understanding. So just so there's no confusion as to what we're talking about, I like talking to my wife, I ascribe this to the mindset that you and a friend are going to save up, say, to buy something, a car, right? And each paycheck, you both put in $500. So every 2 weeks, $500 hit the account that you guys set up, joint account that you guys set up, because you're both going to buy the car. Both your names are going to be on it. It's going to be awesome. Y'all going to be, top down, all wheel spinning. Y'all kicking it, right? That's the plan. That's the plan. Summertime coming, convertible. You're going to take the top off. It's going to be amazing, right? Beach cruising, slaying on the beach. You know how we do, right? So every 2 weeks, $500 come out of your paycheck, go into that bank account. But you have a friend, every time that $500 hit that bank account from each one of y'all, your friend want to go buy something. They want to buy a necklace or a ring or some jewelry. They want to buy, get their hair done. They want to get their hair cut. They want to, the car they have, it broke down. So now they got to use some of that joint account money to get their car fixed. But you are sitting around eating cucumber sandwiches. You eat old school jam sandwiches where you take 2 pieces of bread, jam them together, and water. Okay, that's what you eating for lunch. They doing takeout. Every day they going to Chick-fil-A, spending $19.95 for 2 sandwiches. You say your front touching your back because you starving to death. They can see all your ribs, okay? And this person ain't lost a pound. Like they ain't lost a gram of weight, okay? Because they live in their life. And I think that's how the family fund was being run. All of them had access to it, but it was an understanding that Kody was going to kind of direct it. Nobody, because of the nature of their family coming up, the culture of their family coming up, you would all put your money in. And back in the day when you didn't have a whole lot of money, it didn't matter, because it wasn't like if somebody went out and bought something extra, it was like, hey, they went out and maybe somebody ordered a pizza or something. But now you got access to big time money. So when somebody go back and they start playing around with that money and start doing their thing, now all of a sudden you have a lot of money disappearing. A lot of money is going out the door. And I think that's what happened with the family fund. Now, hold on for a second, guys. You're going to be able to hear me for a second, but I'm going to take my camera down just so I can see if I can fix this glitch, because it's driving me crazy. So I know it's driving some of y'all crazy. Hold on a second. So anywho, the way I'm kind of figuring it, you have all this popping off with Kody and Robyn, and Kody doing his own thing, and Robyn, she getting her cut of money out of it too, and it's not a big deal, and there's nothing to worry about, etc., etc., etc. Right? And they living that life, they living that high life, but it ain't right. Uh-oh. All of a sudden, you can't see me at all. What's going on, y'all? The Kremlin's done got me. Oh, there we go. I think I see myself up there, but I don't see myself down here. Anyway, so it's crazy sauce how they're doing that. It's crazy sauce how they're doing it. So I think that that's part of the problem. Is that when you think about the two of them, let me see if I can get this. Huh. Go back in a different way. I'm gonna try something a little different, see if I can come up a different way. We're gonna work our way around it, y'all. Kody ain't gonna stop us. Oh man. I think I messed it up. This might be one of those one of them who is it, voiceover action packs. Jimmy Jones. Uh-oh. Oh shit. Yep, it's gonna be one of them Jones, y'all. Sorry. All right, we're gonna have to. Oh, there we go. Coming in different. Man, we are living that kind of life. We are living that kind of life. Let me see what we got going on. There we go. All right. We are living that kind of life. There we go. Hot damn. And it's still jumping like a crazy person. Yeah, I saw my green screen, but that's okay. A little behind the scene actions. Anyway, we're gonna keep it rolling. So and that camera is crazy. Jones is hopping. I'm gonna have to buy a new camera, y'all. I guess James is getting a new Christmas present. Gonna have to get myself a Christmas present. Anyway, Kremlins, you will not stop us. We're talking about it. So that's what I've been saying the whole time. Like, I think that money's been going into that one account. Now, here's the crazy part. Here's the part that really made my ears kind of shoot up. When Kody had said, or Janelle had said, yeah, some of the wives think that I'm controlling the money. Now, when she said it, and then Kody turned around and said the same thing. We all know which wives we talking about. We all know which wives we talking about because Janelle is talking to Christine. Christine never heard that. She never thought that. She know what time it was. We're gonna have to go voice over because that's gonna drive some people crazy. But we all know what time it was. We all know what was happening. So there's no point in us pretending like we don't understand what's happening. Mary and Robyn are trying to put this onto Janelle. And it's not right that they're trying to put this onto Janelle. And what makes it even crazier, this isn't just a matter of he said, she said. This also comes down, especially if it goes to litigation, this becomes a major issue. Folks, you've heard it here. You heard it here first. That would be a major issue as far as this is concerned. If you're sitting there and you're controlling the money and the money is coming up wrong, you can't go back and sue because you didn't get what you deserved out of the deal. It's a big deal. Like that's a big deal because what he effectively did was he put Janelle in the crosshair. He said, I'm not making none of the money decisions. That's Janelle making all the decisions. And if Janelle is making all the decisions, guess what, y'all? That's on Janelle. And if there's misappropriations of funds, if money is missing, money has been spent inappropriately, money has not been funneled towards the things it needs to be funneled towards, ladies and gentlemen, that's Janelle. That's not me. That's a big damn deal. And for Mary to ride with that, man, I was so disappointed in Mary at that point. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. You know, and somebody said, was it Janelle pointed it out? She said it best. That Kody always attacked their vulnerability. Christine with her looks and Janelle with her finances. And what do you think he attacked Mary with? Her control. Control is very important to Mary. So you just put her in a position where she never has control. She always lacks control of her situation, of her relationships, of the people that she deals with. He's hitting all these people where it counts. And I 100% agree with it. This is part of the manipulation. This is part of what makes this whole thing so bad. But ladies and gentlemen, let's be honest. This is like a lot came out tonight. Like I think a lot, like this is probably one of the more consequential episodes of this season because there were a lot of gems that they were dropping tonight. Let me see. Who is this? Mary Killsley saying she doesn't believe Janelle. Yes, she's still she has seen all the proof over the years. Prime example, them not helping her purchase Lizzie's Shake My Damn Head. Yeah. Like you weren't talking, and that's an excellent point. Thank you for that point. Because when push them down to shove, okay, I think I'm back. Kind of. When push them down to shove, let's be honest. When it came down to Lizzie's tavern or Lizzie's inn, the bed and breakfast, Mary wasn't talking to Janelle about the money. She didn't say, Janelle, I'm gonna need about $80,000. Janelle, I'm gonna need to borrow some money from the family. Do you think that's gonna be okay? Janelle, do you think you could find it in your heart to give me that money, Janelle? No, she went to Kody. And Kody bold-faced looked in her face and said, I ain't giving you jack shit. Hit them bricks. Oh, yeah, we could probably work it like give it a couple months. That place would have been sold in a couple months. Kody was trying to stall her ass out like he always do. He always stall him out about the money. You know? Oh, the money is so important. Oh, we got to have the money. The money is coming up. Oh. And he stall their asses out. You know? Oh, we got to wait. We got to wait, y'all. Oh, yeah, we're going to definitely do that. We definitely going to do that. But, we're going to have to wait probably about like 5, 9, 12 years to, before we can even think about it. Because we don't have no money. Anyway, let me go ahead and get my Mercedes-Benz and get the hell out of here. Back to my $2 million home. I don't know how we're going to pay hundreds of $1,000s on Kody Pass, especially after I put down and bought myself a $2 million house. Oops. Get the hell out of here, bro. Emma said, yeah, they have money for ugly ass jewelry. How about that? How about when Robyn came over to the house? Can we talk about that for a minute? Mary's there. Mary's there. And we're going to talk about Mary in a little bit. So I know some of y'all like, why you always coming down on Mary? Give Mary some grace. I'm going in on Mary a little bit tonight, y'all. So buckle up, buttercup, because it's coming. Anyway, when Robyn get over to the house, everybody joking and laughing, keep keying and shit. Robyn pull up, everybody get quiet. I don't know about y'all. If I go anywhere and I'm meeting my wife and she's standing around there keying with a bunch of dudes, and I pull up and all of a sudden all the jokes stop, yeah, we gonna have a conversation. But Robyn rolled through and she come up and she want to pull Mary aside. Mary, I want to talk to you. I'm so heartbroken. You're like that. You're my sister. Wow. All that shit. Oh man, we going French tonight, y'all. Sorry, this is gonna be a French night. Yeah, she rolled up. Then she want to pull Mary aside, pull Mary into the house. Lady, I'm in here working, supposedly. I'm in here working, trying to move my house. You could have came over. If you wanted to be here, you could have came over. I was waiting for Robyn to drop the bullshit excuse as to why she wasn't helping her move. She didn't even do that. You didn't even come over and give me a bullcrap excuse on why you not helping me move. You just come over with a bullshit ass gift. You know what I mean? I thought you was the jewelry maker. I thought for sure that, the founder and chief designer of Sister Wife's Closet would have designed a necklace or some type of jewelry to commemorate Mary being in the family and to celebrate her leaving and her new beginning. Something. You know what I mean? Give her a book that she crafted and got together. Oh, that's right. She didn't have the Sister Wives seed money to put down on the jewelry. She had a Sister Wife seed money to pay for the designer and the materials and the design for the Sister Wife's Closet. She could have came, if she was trying to really kick Sister Wife's Closet off for real, wouldn't this have been a great opportunity for her to be like, Mary, this is the commemorative piece. Here's the commemorative piece. I designed it. All of a sudden, this is like Real Housewives. I don't really watch the shows all like that, but I am familiar that every once in a while you have somebody that comes on Real Housewives and they're about to start a singing career for some reason. Everybody get on Real Housewives after what was that one lady's name from Atlanta? Tardy for the Party, Kim Zolciak. When Kim Zolciak dropped her thing, she worked with Burris. What a damn Candy Burris. And worked with her. She worked with TLC. She wrote songs for TLC, Waterfalls, No Scrubs. She was had her own music group. She worked with Usher. She got a song, You and That Booty, with T-Pain. That's my Joan. But I was waiting, trying to get to you and that, trying to get to you and that. Oh, that's my Joan. But anyway, she was in that. Like, she wrote all these songs, and she got, she's like a Grammy winner. So she helps Kim Zolciak, who can't sing a lick, put her through auto-tune, rewrite the songs, produce the music, gave her the song, and the song went like, it was like a big hit in certain sectors. And so she was making money. Then all of a sudden, everybody had a time when everybody who got on Real Housewives all of a sudden was a singer. All my life, I've only wanted to be a singer and sing songs. That's all I ever wanted to do with myself. And oh my goodness. Had one lady, Melissa Gorga, whatever. She built a studio in her house. They wound up having to sell the house because they went broke. But she built a studio in the house, had dudes hanging out in the crib. Because she always wanted to be a singer. And then all of a sudden they do that for like a season, and then you never hear about them singing ever again, even though this is all they ever want to do all their life. You never hear about them doing it again. I feel the same way about watching Robyn with Sister Wife's Closet. All her life she wanted to have her own jewelry line. All her life, this is all she ever wanted to do. And then she finally gets the opportunity to do it. She does it. She tries to sell it for $2 million. Doesn't work. You never hear about her making another thing again. She don't even make them little plastic jewelries that the kids make, the little beads, they put the string through it. You don't even hear about her making that. So I thought for sure that's what she was going to give Mary. What is this? I thought for sure that she was going to do that with Mary, that she was going to give her like some jewelry or whatever. But she didn't. She came in there and gave her like a little book, little picture book, and the whole scene that she was working, the whole scene with Robyn was all about Robyn showing up and having the opportunity to cry. That's what that was about. She was trying to, like, that's the problem with Kody and Robyn. They trying to, not only are they trying to be on the show, they trying to produce the damn show and direct the show. They trying to create these moments. I'm going to come over. I'm gonna show up midway. I'm gonna call her aside, and then I'm gonna pull her in the house, and then we're gonna break down crying together. And it's gonna show the depth of our relationship. This is the same woman who Mary has been trying to get in touch with to hang out with while she's living in Arizona. The whole reason she's moving to Utah is because Robyn can't cut out 5 minutes out her day to pick up the phone or talk to Mary or hang out with Mary. So Mary said, to hell with it. I'm going back to Utah. I'm going back to Parowan and hang out with people who want to hang out with me. But now that she's leaving, all of a sudden, here comes Robyn wanting to cry. And this is the weird part about it, is that at the end of the day, Robyn is relying on the fact that Mary probably, and I'm willing to bet this, Mary probably most likely has shown a lot of emotion to Robyn, especially when talking about leaving. And what Robyn wants to do is she wanted to come by at that moment to ring that damn bell so that she could get Mary on TV crying. Because if she can get Mary on TV crying, that validates the importance of the relationship. That validates the importance of Robyn's commitment to the quote unquote family. Because now it's real. I'm not the only one who's sad. My partner is sad and upset. She's upset too because our relationship meant so much. See, all you guys, all you fans, you're wrong because this relationship was important to both of us. That's the whole purpose of that bullshit scene that she tried to do. That was the whole purpose of it. And she tried to get Mary to cry. That's why she kept doing it. Let's fast forward it. When Kody gets her out to Parowan and he wants to break down and have his moment and start crying and talking about, oh, uh, oh, Mary, the knife in the kidneys, passing kidney stones, oh, Mary, I miss you so much, Mary. I love you, end of the era, Mary. Did you notice that Kody kept trying to position his face put his face in a position where you could see him cry? Did you notice that? That's not how people cry. People don't cry like that. This is such a rookie mistake. Okay, I'm going to put my face where everybody can see me trying to squeeze some tears out. And like his wife, like his paramour, like his equal, like the parallel person in the demonology trope that the two of them are running, Kody nor Robyn can effectively squeeze out tears on camera. They can't do it on the day. Now, the crazy part is when they sitting there practicing and they trying to do it probably by themselves, they probably squeezing out all kinds of tears. Like it's probably flowing like a river. Got the snot bubbles coming, you know. They're going bonkers, okay? Bananas up in there. Looking ridiculous. Just, the whole thing just open. But then when they get on camera, nothing. Dry as a desert. How sad is that? How sad is that? And then, of course, you got Robyn sitting there in the car by herself trying to squeeze some tears out. That was ridiculous because here's the thing. The whole time, Robyn has been supposedly feeling bad because she always says that I'm the emotional one and I'm always trying to cry and I always feel so bad and I'm so embarrassed that I'm always crying. What person feels bad about crying, tapes themselves talking about an issue and cries and keeps the camera on themselves as they cry, especially if they're embarrassed about crying? Nobody. That's who the hell does that. Nobody does that. James, you sure it's nobody? Yeah, that would be a nobody. Nobody does that. Nobody. The crazy thing about crying in real tears, and this is the one thing, like this is the bread and butter. This is what separates good actors from great actors. Okay. A good actor understands that when you cry, Most of the time when you cry, you don't want to cry. You do everything you can to try to stop crying. They understand that. In real life, when you start crying, especially when you feel some kind of loss, nobody is like, yes, give me all the pain of the loss. Yes, I want to feel it all. Give it all to. Nobody does that. Everybody tries to avoid the pain. They try to avoid the loss. They don't want to feel that. They try to let it go. No, I try to avoid it. I'm trying to be strong. And usually when you try to be strong, anybody who's ever cried, which is everybody, when you try to be strong, what happens? You cry harder. That's when you that's when it really comes. When you like, I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry at all. I'm not gonna cry. And then you be trying to hold it back. That's when the shit just start ripping. That's when you got the snot bubbles coming. You know, you can't breathe. That's what happens, right? The problem is that when you try to make it happen on the day and you try to do it on command, because you're focusing on trying to cry, when the rails start getting a little grease and you start the waterworks start coming, you want to try to increase the waterworks. You want it to come and you're anxious, so you're trying to sit there and let it happen. Nobody who cries lets it happen. It just doesn't work that way. Now, a great actor, they have a few things going on. They're upset about the thing they're upset about, and you can see they're thinking about something else, and there's like a distraction. A great example of this would be Joaquin Phoenix in The Joker with his scene with De Niro. Like you can see, like he had so much going on in that scene. That's why on Oscar night he got some hardware because he had a lot going on. I don't see none of that with Robyn and Kody. They want to cry. They want the big expositions. They want the big and what was that rambling ass conversation Kody was having? I feel like I'm glad the last 8 years when I drug you out and made you think I wanted you and kept you around and kept breaking your heart every day because I wasn't coming around. Yeah, that was important because now I can walk away and not and I feel bad. You understand what I mean, Mary? Mary's like, yeah, I understand. I have no idea what he's talking about. Mary, I wish you would have said that shit to him. I wish you would have looked at him and said, I have no idea what you're talking about. You sound Crisco, fried vegetable Crisco crazy up in here. You sound crazy as cat shit. What are you talking about? I should be happy that you broke my heart for the last 8 years. I should be excited about that. How's that a good thing for me? That's good for you. Oh, I'm glad I feel better about this breakup. What? Are you stupid? Oh my God. Oh, this dude, man. That's gonna have you out, man. Kody is something else. He is something else. And part of the like the drifting thing too. And to Mary's credit, see, and let's before I start talking about Mary, I'm gonna give Mary some credit. Okay. Let's give Mary some credit. Mary didn't go for the bullshit. She didn't play with him. She didn't play with Robyn. They were looking for the pass. They were looking for that scene partner. They were looking for that. In acting, you have what's called scene partners. Like you have that person you work with in the scene, and hopefully you have a generous actor who works with you and will give you back the same energy you're putting in there, so it completes the room, completes the environment, completes the scene. In this particular case, Mary wasn't giving the same energy. When Robyn wanted to stand there and break down crying, Mary was standing there looking at Robyn like, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Are you all right? She needs some milk. She needs some milk. She ain't doing good, y'all. Are you okay? What are you upset about? You still got a damn husband. What are you mad about? You just came from the house I bought you. Still paying for it. You crazy? Mary didn't give him nothing. And when Kody was standing crying, yeah, she gave him the hug, and she was kind of digging on the hugs and stuff because normally she don't get to show him that kind of affection. So she got to give him a little huggy buggy. you know, but she wasn't giving him that same energy. And Kody needed Mary to be breaking down crying while he's standing there sobbing. He needed Mary to meet that same energy. He needed her to be upset. He needed her to show that same depth of emotion so that it validates the true loss of this great thing, the turning of an era. All they're doing, let's be honest, all they're doing, the two of them, Kody and Robyn, they're trying to manipulate us. You're going to hear this here first. I want to be the first one to say it, at least the first one I know about on YouTube. Let me be the first one. You guys are probably saying this at home. That what Robyn and Kody are doing is they're trying to set us up that they're mourning the big loss. So when they present the whole, we're actually monogamous and we're going to celebrate being monogamous, which is why we're going to have a wedding ceremony because Christine had a wedding ceremony. She had a wedding special. So we want to have a wedding special. And I want to back it up in a moment. We're going to have a wedding special because now, before, when Robyn got married, she was celebrating entering into the Brown family. Now they're going to be commemorating their union as a monogamous couple. So they have to have a marriage thing. Now, what's my evidence for this? Because I don't really have any proof. I don't have none of the emails at TLC. I don't have the internal emails. What I do have is this, guys. I asked at the end of season 18, why did TLC decide to run out the look back, talk back, and Christine's wedding special? Why would you guys do that? I've been asking that. If you go back to around between Christmas and New Year's when they were running this shit, and I was asking that question, why the hell would you rush this? And most of the people most of the fans, the people who've been watching this season 1, episode 1, day 1, don't have access to these specials. Why would you do this as a company and a production company? This is a whole, because realistically, this is money. Like, I don't want to be a jerk about it, but that's money. So why would they do that? Because if you notice, even in TLC's history, they've only run wedding specials once a season. So if they did Christine and David's wedding, that would be the one wedding special for the season. They did it at the end of season 18, very close to the end of season 18. So technically, there's no confusion that wedding was part of season 18. So let me see. Season 19, does that open up the possibility that Kody and Robyn could actually have a wedding special that's paid for by TLC? Just saying. Just saying. I think says the experience exactly 100. Now making us watch it in reverse engineering. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's crazy. Oh man. Wait, somebody had a suggestion. He be impulsive over there, Dr. Carl. Yeah. So I see some calls to boycott the wedding special. I'm telling you, if it happens, then I'll be right up and like, I told you guys. If I'm wrong, it'd be like, I tried. But that's what I think. I think that's exactly what it is because that's what makes the most sense to me. That's what makes the most sense to me is that they're doing it in a way where they have they're going to roll this wedding special out, and this is going to be the next era of the Robyn and Kody show, where they're committed to each other. They're sitting around pretending like they sad and shit that the wives are leaving. Pardon my French. Oh, the wives are leaving now. I feel so betrayed. And even that, even when Kody was doing that whole lame ass speech about to Mary about the end of an era, Did you notice that he came back around to losing Christine and Janelle? So in essence, the reason why he was crying wasn't because he lost Mary, because if he wanted Mary, he could have had Mary. And to be honest with you, there's a possibility, as much as Mary is saying she's ready to move on, that there's a window still open for Mary. A little small, itty bitty, tiny window, but there's a window that was still open for Kody if Kody was willing to do the work to get back in there. Like, he could have got back in with Mary. I firmly believe that. He could have got back with her if he wanted to. But he would have, I mean, granted, he probably would have to do some work. Like, I don't think it's going to be as easy as we all kind of say it was. I think he would have to do a little work. He had to put some effort into it. But I think he could get back in there. She'd be open to it. Because even if she was standing there listening to him talk, like, you're talking like this happened, you didn't want it to happen. But if you don't want it to happen, and clearly I didn't want it to happen, the two of us are the only people who are really necessary for this to work out. So we could work it out if that's what you want. If you really wanted to work it out, you could work it out with Mary. But it just sounded like he was more upset that Janelle and Christine left and he doesn't have the family that he wanted the way he wanted it. Much like how he was doing that family bank account. He could go in and dip out when he wanted to do that. And it all was there to serve him and his needs. And that's what the family was there for. It was there to serve him and his needs. So, I mean, there's that. But I'm gonna go ahead and say this. Mary. I am not a big fan of, and this is the only criticism I really have of Mary in this episode. I get that you're there, you're trying to have you're lighthearted, you're having fun, and you're telling jokes, but it was inappropriate when she got on the truck and she backed the ass up on Kody, and then she started bending over, laughing and stuff, rubbing her butt up on his junk. That was inappropriate. Like, and I get it. Some people, oh well, they used to be married. Yeah, they used to be married. Well, so what, Robyn, they were polygamous. Yeah, but polygamy has rules. Even in open relationships, if you're a swinger and there's rules, like you can't go out and mess with somebody who your wife doesn't approve of, or you can't mess with somebody and your husband's not around, or whatever your rule is, those are the rules of your relationship. Even though you have an alternative relationship, which polygamy is, it's an alternative relationship. There are rules to the game. There are rules to this. And Mary understands the rules. Kody understands the rules. And as a married man, it's not appropriate for a woman who's not his wife to be throwing a junk up on his stuff on a truck when you're over there supposedly helping her move. And that's why I was saying, like, when Robyn pulls up and everybody giggling and kikiing and shit, and Robyn roll up and everybody start getting quiet and looking nervous. That's why. You know what I mean? Oh, okay. What's this? Brian Zephyrs, Robyn was doing way more before marriage. I agree with that. And they were breaking the rules. There's rules to this. Yeah, I mean, they're breaking the rules. Two wrongs don't make a right. So I'm not willing to issue that pass on that. I just think that's inappropriate. Like, if you come over to help her move, and that be that. But as a married dude, you don't go over ex-wife or not, ex-girlfriend or not. Like, if I'm dating somebody, if I dated somebody in the past and they ask me for a favor, because I'm cool with some people that I know, I go over to their house. It'd be inappropriate for me to crack jokes about how I'm gonna knock the bottoms off, or start joking around about how I'm gonna knock them down or whatever. You know what I mean? Ho, yeah, girl. It's just not. It's not cool. It's not cool. What is it? Carmelo Cuties. I'm sure Kody got cursed out once Robyn saw that scene. Yeah, I'm sure they go over good. Because it's just, You choose my time machine. Mary knew Robyn would see that. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it could be a little get back. It could be a little get back. But again, like some cases, I think the best revenge, like Mary not flipping out and losing her shit, that's a strong case for revenge. You pretending like you want a man who has been saying he doesn't want you for the last 9 years, and you throwing yourself at him sexually, you are not making a joke as much as you're the butt of a joke. You're not making him feel uncomfortable because you've been throwing ass at him for 9 years. It's not new. You've been trying to get him, trying to kiss him, hug him, get him to show you some type of affection. Now he's helping you to move, and you guys seem like you're in a good place. Now all of a sudden you got jokey jokes. Like it's just a bad, just my opinion. It's just a bad look. I just think it's a bad look. What's his he's delusional if he thinks there's a chance that Janelle coming back to him. Yeah, but you know, one can hope. One can hope. Is this Big Red Mary laughing through the pain? I can see that. I and again, I understand that. I understand that. But being a dude, I've seen where guys will like a girl or a woman, be attracted to a woman, and because they are flying under the banner of friendship, they use their friendship as a means to be able to tell or perform like inappropriate jokes. So we're cool and we're friendly. And so, you crack the joke like, oh, if I'm gonna do you this favor, but then we're gonna have to sleep together. Like it's something that normally, if you guys weren't friends, this is something that would be inappropriate for you to say to this person because you know that they don't like you like that. But because you're flying under the banner of friendships, everything's a joke. Oh, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. It's all a joke unless you're gonna do it. You know what I mean? Ha ha ha. Maybe we could go up, they get back to Lizzie Borden. Lizzie Borden's in. Oh wow. Get back to Lizzie's in, and they start talking about yeah, let me see what the bedroom look like. Oh, I'm about to take them up to my bedroom, y'all. Get some freaking time. What kind of ex-husband take them up to the bedroom? Like, come on, man. Yeah, she got the Karma shirt rocking. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I'm not gonna throw the baby out with the bathwater, but I just wasn't a big fan of that. Katrina Morgan, $2 super chat. Robyn was probably giving Kody crying lessons. Yeah. That's like the crash test dummy giving you driving lessons. Okay, some things you just don't want to do. It's just not a good look. Robyn, Kody, when you get in there, you make sure you look her in the eye. You remember the emotions. And you can see like them looking off, like trying to look off because they're trying to remember, put themselves in that mindset where they're thinking of something sad. Like, come on, man. Basic shit. Making mistakes. And then Hollywood Deli Podcast, $1.99 super chat. Thank you so much. Mary looked at Kody and Robyn like the gig is up. Yeah. She looked at them like they was a snack. Mary was not playing. And good for Mary. Like I said, like aside from like the jokey jokes and stuff, I thought Mary did a bang up job because that's exactly how you play it. Like you're here to help me move, cool. We're gonna sit here and try to drag it down and make you feel bad. Like, why do I gotta feel bad? Don't you think I feel bad enough? Don't you think I cried enough? So I gotta sit here and cry for you so you feel better about yourself? Because the relationship was so important to me that I'm gonna break down every time you look at me. I'm gonna crumble and fold up. And that's kind of what I expected. I think that Robyn and Kody was expecting. Every time they looked at her or they talked to her, they expected her to fold up and start crying. but she didn't, and good for her. All right, all right. Robyn Robyn. What's that? Robyn Robyn School of Acting. I am the thespian. You know, who's this? Notes to Self 444. I'll look it up. Thank you so much for the passing for normal. I'll check that out. I don't mind. I do. I'm open to collaborations. Collaborations. Aurora wedding. Whoa, what? Aurora's engaged? Is Aurora engaged? Let me know, chat. Is Aurora engaged? I had no idea. I don't. I mean, fair play. For a lot of this, I try not to get too deep into people or cast members who no longer appear on the show. So I'm not really familiar with a lot of their stuff. If they're not on the show or they don't say it on the show, I try to stay away from. But I am curious about that. If Aurora's getting married, be interested to know. Kody has to think of Sonny and Cher's divorce to get him sad for his crying scene. You're right. Cher got divorced and it really broke me up. Oh my gosh. Let me see. Sonny and Cher divorce. What year did they get divorced then? Because I don't even think Kody. What? Kody. They divorced in 1969. 1969. Hold up. Where was Kody born? Kody was born in January 17, 1969. So your whole world crashed about a divorce that you don't even remember happened the year you were born. But you weren't Kody. Damn, yo. That lie is so stupid. That's such a stupid lie to tell. Oh, when Sonny and Cher got divorced, it threw my whole world upside down. Oh. Wait, hold on. Okay, so they got divorced. Their divorce was finalized in June 26, 1975. Okay. So Kody was 6. No. Yeah, he was 6. He was 6 years old. Who the hell was watching Sonny and Cher at 6? I mean, yeah, when they broke up, he hauled. That was it. That'd be like a kid this year being born and be like, my life was thrown upside down when Nick Cannon was doing Masked Singer and he stopped doing America's Got Talent. That destroyed my whole life. I didn't think anything was permanent after that. You jackass. Oh man. Oh, okay. Yeah. I do know Notes to Self. Yeah, I've seen their stuff. I'll reach out to them. Or they can reach out to me. MyTakeOnRealityQuestions at gmail.com. If I can, I'm gonna try to find their stuff. But they do seem fun. Yeah, right. Hold on. Kama Cuties has a point. No Mormon was watching Cher at 6 years old. Shake my damn head. You're right about that. Let's call a damn spade a spade. Hold on. I'm gonna have to go back into the memory banks. 1975. You know who was popping in 1975? There was 2 families that were tearing up all the pop in the 70s. One family was the Jackson 5. Michael, Jermaine, and the rest of them. Because nobody gives a shit about the rest of them. But technically, nobody care about Jermaine either. So it's basically Michael and his 4 brothers. And we're going to keep it all the way a stack. So it was 2 families. It was the Jackson 5, and there was another family that was huge during the 70s. And that family would have been closer to Kody and everybody else in his circle. And that family was the Osmonds. Specifically, around the mid 70s, that would have been Donnie and Marie Osmond. So, if anything, Kody would have been watching the Osmonds, Donnie and Marie Osmond, because they also, during the 70s, let me see, because Donnie and Marie Osmond had a show too during the 70s. Because their show was in the 70s. Donnie and Marie Osmond were popular brother and sister singing duo who starred in their own variety show and recorded duets. Yeah, so he would have been more likely, especially a Mormon family from Utah, that he would have been way more likely to watch, especially they were young. Donnie and Marie Osmond at the time were very young. He would have been way more likely to watch Donnie and Marie than freaking Sonny and Cher. Okay. It's just like, come on, man. Oh, they broke up. They got divorced. I mean, maybe if you say, yeah, Donnie and Marie started doing their own solo albums and that broke my heart. And I didn't realize what loss was until Donnie and Marie broke up. That would have made way more sense. But I guess the problem is it's not as most people probably don't know who the hell Donnie and Marie is. You know, let's keep it all the way a stack. Yeah, the Partridge. Thank you. Thank you. That's another one. Excellent point. Stella H. With don't forget the Partridge Family, which was another huge musical family. The Partridge Family was huge in the 70s. They had their own show. Their show actually was way more popular. I think, well, I don't want to say it was more popular than Donnie and Marie, but it certainly had way more appeal to kids than the Donnie and Marie Osmond show. Like, the kids were more likely to watch the Partridge Family, which was basically a musical Brady Bunch, for those who might not be familiar. The Partridge Family was a musical Brady Bunch. It was like a single mom who had like a bunch of kids who they all played in a band together, which, now that I'm older, how traumatic would that be? Like, you in a band with your mama. When the groupies show up, your mama's there. Come on. Ooh. Mm. Yeah, the Waltons, that was another one that was huge at the time. Like, there was a lot of family shows. Like, back in the 70s and the 80s, they used to have, like, that's all TV was, really. It was just like sitcoms and family shows, like the drama shows and all that. So, no, bro. No. But that's an excellent point. I'm thinking about Sonny and Cher. That's why I'm crying. Maybe that's why I couldn't squeeze no tears out, because he didn't see any original episodes. Kody didn't see any original episodes of Sonny and Cher. In fact, Sonny and Cher, I think they used to come on, like, I don't know. I'm that's before my time too, but I'm pretty sure that show would have came on during prime time. So there's no way Kody would have been up at 6 or 7 o'clock. 6 or 7. He'd have been up at like 8, 9 o'clock at night watching freaking Sonny and Cher tell adult married jokes. Half the jokes he wouldn't have got. So, yeah, right. Erica Gorski said, how can you cry about a situation you purposely caused and have no problem with admitting that you caused it and celebrate causing? Like, so Kody breaks up with Mary. He's happy he broke up with Mary, and then he's gonna sit around and pretend to cry about breaking up with Mary. I would be insulted by that. Carmel Cuties. I doubt the Browns had cable TV on the range. He wasn't watching Cher with them rabbit ears. Yeah, back in the 70s, everybody had rabbit ears though. There was no cable. I think like the 80s was like HBO, and everybody used to steal that. So that's why, thanks to the 80s, that's why they have the cable boxes now. Because they're like 80s, HBO used to send a signal in the air, and everybody would go out and buy the antenna so that they can get like the antenna in a box, and they would just pick up the HBO out the air. And that's why you have the encoded cable boxes now. Thanks, you crooks. Wee says Sonny and Cher lost their show after divorcing. Now he is afraid he will lose his show due to his divorces. Yeah. I mean, if anything, that's probably closer to the reason why he's talking about Sonny and Cher. And technically, it might not even be from his memory that they're talking about it. It's probably something that like maybe one of the producers brought up as an example of how the divorces could impact or negatively impact the show. Like, Sonny and Cher, once they got divorced, the show was pretty much over. And then Kody started crying, and that's all he can think about is Sonny and damn Cher. And here's the thing. I'm with Carmel Kitties on this. She said, sadly, I think Mary enjoyed seeing Kody showing emotions towards her. I think exactly. I think that this is part of the thing that makes it so damaging for me is that when Mary is relishing in Kody feeling that loss is validation for the relationship. So she gets to see Kody. Oh, Cody's so upset, and it meant something to him. So that's why he's so upset. It really bothers him that he lost me because I was so special. But if you really listen to what he was saying, he didn't say, I'm sad that I lost you and we can't be together. He basically said, I'm sad that I'm no longer with Christine because she's not coming back for sure because she's engaged and she's with this dude. And Janelle, I have no idea what she's doing, but it doesn't look like she's coming back. And now I'm stuck with Robyn's ass and this one, the one that I don't want. And there's part of me that's like, when somebody helps you move like that, like Kody helped her move. One, I think he helped her move because of the TV show. Like if the show wasn't going, she would have had to hire some movers. Two, I think that there's also a point where, if somebody passed and you really didn't like them, there's going to be people who show up to your funeral because they want to mourn your loss, mourn losing you and you not being around. There are going to be other people who show up to your funeral because they want to be sure that you're gone. Okay. And I think that part of the reason why Kody was willing to help Mary pack her shit up and take it to Utah was because he wanted to be sure she was gone. Like, I'll help you pack your stuff now. I want to make sure that you have all of it because I don't want you coming back to Arizona. He even said like the end of an era. Like they don't have phones. He ain't never gonna see her again. You know what I mean? Because if he was that, like, and I say this about Kody, I say this about Robyn. If they're that pressed about Mary not being around and they're that upset about not seeing her, then they could have went around there and saw her anytime they wanted. She would have cut time out of her day to hang out with either Robyn, Kody, the kids, all three, one at a time. She would have did it. I firmly believe that Mary would have made time to see them if they would have made time to see her, but they didn't. And so you can miss me with all the tears. Like I'm with Mary. Like you can miss my ass with all these tears. Like you didn't give a shit. Because when I was here, you didn't call me and want to come and hang out with me. I was calling you to come hang out with you, and you wouldn't even pick up the phone. And now all of a sudden, I'm packing up to leave. Now here your ass comes shaking your butt up the damn ramp, dragging me out of my truck when I'm here trying to work and get stuff done so you can take me in the house and cry for the cameras. Miss me with all that. You can miss me. You know what I mean? Hop your ass back in the car, be out. Because if you can, especially you can't even come here and help me get this done. Why are you here? You could have sent this little bullshit ass gift with Kody. Kody could have brought the gift. You didn't care about me. So why even show up? Why pretend? Like, I'm more insulted by the pretending. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just taking it too far. I'm just saying. And I even say this. Like, I think that if Kody was upset at all, I mean, at all, if he's upset at all, what he's upset about is the fact that he now has to present some storyline independent of the family. That's what he's upset about. Him and Robyn. When they talk about, I thought you was gonna move in June after the shooting happened. After we got finished, we wrapped for the season. You could move down Parawan, and then we'll get you another rental so you can come back up so we have something to talk about other than what's going on with us, other than what's happening here. I think that's all it was. Yeah, I like I said, I just wasn't a big fan of that. But I'm gonna take this time to get ready to open this bad boy up so you guys could give your impressions on some of the stuff that we had watched tonight. Let me make sure. Oh, sugar shit. I don't have my. I'm about to go old school. The night was jacked up, y'all. My camera's acting up. My chair broke. Going through it. But what we do? Shit happens, we get it done. That's the way we roll up this way. You know what I mean? Things happen. We look at it, we shake that shit off, we get it done. So, yeah, I tell you what. And just so you guys know, I'm gonna before I open this, or while I'm opening this, let me get the code. Just so you guys know, I'm going to do a video this week. I want to try to release it tomorrow, maybe right after I go live with Sarah. But I want to release a video and I want to talk about specifically about Kody Pass. Why Kody Pass is so important. Because I get it. Like, some people look at Kody Pass and they say, why do you guys talk about Kody Pass all the time? It doesn't make no sense. It doesn't mean anything. Kody Pass means, I think, a lot more than people really give it credit for. It's important. It's significant. And I'm going to run through why I think that Kody Pass is significant. So keep an eye out for that video because I think it'll be interesting. But here's the link. Pin it to the top. All right. We are back in the house. All right. Yeah, the Kremlins are kicking my ass. So I gotta have to re-kit my whole giddy up. And look at Molly Shepard said, I'm 67 and I'm happy I don't have all this drama. And that's what I'm talking about. And you know what? Because part of that is, Molly, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is 100% of the reason why I couldn't do polygamy. This is why I couldn't do polygamy, because I couldn't do all the damn drama. I couldn't. I couldn't. It's too much. It's too many moving parts. You know what I mean? I would get lost in this. I get lost in the sauce. So, this it. Kody Pass is the hill where the final battle takes place. Yeah, right. It's the Cullen. It's the it's like Highlander. There can be only one. Yeah, right. I am immortal. I have inside the blood of kings. No wife can be my equal. I'm telling you, it's gonna be crazy. And we get to, maybe they'll sing that during the Kody and Robyn wedding ceremony. But first up, we got Betty. Just so you guys know, we're gonna I'm gonna have to keep the time a little tight tonight. so we can get everybody in and out. My screen is jacked up, so and I got all that bouncing going on. Somebody gonna mess around and have a damn stroke. This shit is driving me crazy. I'm gonna go batty. My eyes gonna be crossed as hell. Yeah. So we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna get it done. We're gonna get it done. All right, guys. Let's rock and roll. Betty, what's going on?
Well, hey, sweetie.
How you
Girl, I look like a fucking turkey. I
doing?
took a nap. I just really wanted to pop in and say how much I missed y'all last week, but I had a migraine from Hades, so
Oh,
I just
okay.
couldn't do it. But I only caught the last 15 minutes of Mary backing up into the trailer and him doing the sobbing stuff.
Right,
Like,
right.
really, I've seen more sexual tension between turtles. And at
Well,
my age and her age, she kept talking about a full bladder. Girl, you sneeze, it's done. I mean, like, really.
so you weren't buying the bladder issue?
No, I mean, come on. Like, I was at the zoo with my kid today. Well, my daughter was in town all week with my son-in-law, so I rushed everything into 1 week. We did Thanksgiving, we did Christmas, we did s'mores, we did all kinds of shit.
Oh, okay.
But
Nothing wrong with that.
like, I'm really like trying to figure out why in the hell they put that bladder thing in there. I'm like, really? Because you get old, and after you've had a child, I don't give a shit. Pardon my
No,
language.
you're fine. You're fine.
If you're in your 30s and you've had a child, girl, you sneeze, it's on. Like, men don't have to deal with that till they get older.
Right.
But women, they already know. Girl, y'all all know in that video chat. Really, I just wanted to pop in and say how much I missed y'all last week and I love you. But
Okay.
I mean, like, I just caught the last 15 minutes because, like I said, it's been a crazy week. My daughter just left to go back to Mississippi, but
Oh, I thought you were in Mississippi.
no, they came to West Virginia because I'm in
Oh,
Wheeling,
okay.
West Virginia.
Oh, you're in Wheeling. Oh, okay. I'm
Yeah, I'm not
familiar.
that far from you, sweetie.
Oh, okay.
Girl, don't be surprised if I ever pop up and say I'm in your neighborhood and I'm bringing you a turkey.
I heard that. I heard that. Well, I'm always
No,
eating, so.
you're really close to me. I'm in Wheeling, West Virginia. I'm from Mississippi, but I
Oh,
live in
okay.
Wheeling right now.
Okay.
But yeah, we got to have snow, and I took them and we did the fire pit with s'mores and did. Oh, it was so amazing. We
That's
got snow
awesome.
this week. It wasn't a lot of snow, but enough to make it to where it
Right,
was
right.
really special. So I had to pack 6 months into a week. Well, my theory is if I die tomorrow, I want my children to always have the best memories and laugh. And when I die, I do
Right.
not want a sad funeral. I want an open bar and a dance floor
There you go. There you go.
because
Celebrate
I
you
don't
like
want
you
anyone
live, right?
sad because I've had an amazing, wonderful life. So
There you go.
ups, down, highs, lows. That's what I tell my child tonight. Always enjoy your ups, your highs, your downs, your lows. But like that with Kody crying, oh my God. You just want to throat punch that motherfucker.
No,
That
you're fine.
you just want to throat punch him and say, "Oh, okay, I'll give you something to cry about." Because like, really, all he's worried about is a mani petty.
Right, right.
I
We're
mean,
trying
like,
to get his
seriously.
he's trying to get his moment. You know what I mean? He's
Oh,
trying to, like I
come,
said, he's trying to direct that scene. So he wants his moment. Robyn tried to get her moment.
yeah.
They're
And the
trying to get some
bedroom,
hardware.
but and then talking about the bed thing, it goes back to 2 seasons ago when
Mhm.
Christine was talking about getting rid of her bedroom set
Right, right.
and how like she didn't want that. Guess what? Storyline. I can't take this bedroom set. We haven't had anything happen in 9 years. Like, girl, please get you a vibrator and make some action happen.
Say, take it into your own hands. I got you. But well, I
Oh,
mean, the
I'm
whole thing
just
is,
saying.
it's crazy to me that you would think like because this is literally the second time Kody has said that. Like, I don't understand why you getting rid of the bedroom set. Because I'm gonna have somebody else
Yeah.
in my bed.
Well,
Yeah, I'm
hopefully,
getting a new bed,
fingers crossed. At
right?
this point, she might as well go pay somebody. Like I said,
And
at least, like James Earl Jones, put that on, listen to the voice. Girl, close your eyes and picture something.
Right.
You know,
Make
I
it
mean, I've
happen.
been married 40 years. I mean, like 20 years ago, I'm like telling my husband, close your eyes, picture something. I don't care what.
Yeah, right.
Like,
You be
he
with
ain't
your
going out to
person,
see
I'll be with
nobody.
my person. It'll be fine.
Exactly. Look, there ain't nothing wrong with that. You ain't physically doing it, but you know,
Right.
if you want to imagine, knock yourself out.
There you go. Is that the
But
closest
I
you
mean,
came
like
to polygamy?
that, that's the part that killed. And then Coyote Pass, that's just his hold. That's his one last hold. There's nothing emotional about it. He's talking about, oh, it's so emotional. I just don't want to let it go. Bullshit.
Right. Right.
It's the only hold he has over these women now. It's Coyote Pass.
Right.
It's
Right.
the only thing he has to hold over their head is
And say what?
Coyote Pass. There's nothing else he has anymore. Although I do believe, heart of hearts, maybe not now, but at that particular time, Mary would have come running back
Mm-hmm.
like a pair of Skittles
Right. Right.
if he had showed her an ounce of love. But
If he
like,
would have been there, yeah, I think she'd have came back. But I don't think
she
he's
would have
willing
in
to
a
do the work.
heartbeat.
Yeah, I don't think he's willing to do the work. So
He wasn't willing to do the work. He's not now.
right.
And talking about the monogamy, he has no idea what monogamy is. Wait till the show ends and the times get hard. And he's talking about eating bread and rice if he had to. Really?
Well, he said he's not going to do poverty, so
Well, first off, he's got to know how to make rice, and you know Robyn don't. They don't know how to cook.
right. They just do takeout.
Yeah, not if you don't have money. You're going to be begging on them streets, being like, I'll sign an autograph for some burritos. But
We're gonna go
I
back
know
to
I
Santa
passed my
Barbara.
time, sweetheart, but I just missed y'all so much last week, and I hate that I missed the show this week, but
No, it's okay. That's all right.
I
We
have to
appreciate
watch
you
you
calling
because
in.
you know I love you so much.
No, I love you back. Thanks for calling in.
You have a good night, sweetheart. I
You
love y'all.
too. All right.
Night,
Have
night,
a good
baby.
night. All right, Miss Betty in the house. Next up, we got Rebecca. Oh, I'm sorry. We got Kitty. Kitty coming up. Oh wait, Rebecca. Rebecca. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Rebecca and then
okay. Hey,
Kitty.
James, how are you?
Doing well. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, who doesn't love Betty, right? She's so
Right.
funny. She is hilarious. And she is always right on the money with everything she says. Yeah. So, what did you think tonight of? I kind of got stuck on when Christine said that at the beginning about how, when she's talking about them getting married and she said, oh, it's my life. I don't care what they think, it's my life about her kids.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of
Mm.
that.
I'm not either. I'm not either. I mean, I kind of thought, her son said that, well, my mom's theatrical. Big surprise there. We know
Right.
that. But I kind of thought, I wonder if it's like if it is theatrical for her to say that. Maybe she doesn't exactly mean that. Because, I mean, she's a good mom.
Mhm.
She loves Janelle's kids and whatever. But yeah, I didn't like that either because it really kind of, it, she's still the mom. She's
Right.
no matter the age of the kids, she's still the mom. She's not their friend. She's their mother.
Right. Right.
And like when she said that before, well, they kissed in front of me. They kissed their husbands. My daughters kissed their husbands in front of me. And it's like, yeah, but she's being as kind of, she's putting a time limit on being a parent, much like, and I know she doesn't mean to, but she does it much like how Kody did, with Janelle's kids. Bye bye. They're 18. Bye bye.
Mhm.
And it's like, she shouldn't, yeah, she's a good person. I think she's being theatrical and she's not recognizing that she's being as unreasonable as Kody
Right.
by saying that.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, because I think that if anything, what I would say is like because everybody does something. I'm sure that like if this is why I'm not on a reality show, because if you film me
Exactly.
24/7, I'm sure people will find things about my life that they don't approve of or like. It is what it is. Nobody's
Yeah.
perfect. And I
Oh,
think, there's that point where she's doing things or she's saying things that we might not agree with. And like you said, it might just come off. I don't know for sure. I'm not willing to say 100% that she means it the way it's coming off. It just sounds rough and crazy. Like, oh, I don't give a damn what anybody say. It's my life. I'm gonna live my life the way I want to, which I can respect to a point. But we
Yeah,
always have to keep in mind that when you do things or you make decisions, you aren't the only person who suffers those consequences.
exactly.
So
Yeah.
if you get hurt or you bring somebody bad into your life and they do something extremely negative to you, then it's going to affect your kids. And that's just something
Right.
that, as parents or
Yeah.
even as a child, like, kids say that you hear that a lot from children. Like YOLO, it's you only live once, it's my
Yeah.
life, I can do what I want to do. I don't know why y'all care what decisions I make. Because if you do something and you wind up in the ground or you wind up in jail or you go through some type of hardship, then I'm going through that with you because I care about you. It's,
Exactly.
so I think
And
that
let's
that's just
face and let's face facts. I mean, they've got a lousy dad. They've
Mhm.
got they've got a horrible dad, so their mother's all they have. So it's not time for her to be stupid. I was disappointed when she said that. I was disappointed. I was like, "Oh, come on, Christine. Do better. Speak
right,
better. Don't be so theatrical. Do,
right,
kind of think before you open your mouth. Come on, be better than that. Don't be Kody. You know, he's the idiot in the bunch." And I
yeah,
mean, and I'll say for him, it's so obvious in the last few episodes that he has a PR person. He obviously has a PR person because he doesn't just let it rip when he opens his mouth anymore. I mean, like him saying that you won't hear me say anything bad about Mary again. It's like he
right,
kind of like corrects himself and he doesn't shoot off his mouth like he used to, or him saying that about um, judging. God said to I'll do the judging, you love. And then he says, and I'm going to try to, whatever, I try to do that. And it's like, yeah, he tries to cover for himself, like somebody's telling him, what are you doing, man? Watch your mouth.
right, right,
you know but they didn't actually catch him this time because he full on lied in there. Did you catch that when he said with he said, this is inappropriate for Mary to touch me or come close to me or whatever because I'm a monogamous now. And it's like, okay, well then shut up and quit calling me your wives and say ex-wife about everybody, and don't say, oh, I don't know what's going to happen with me and Janelle. Yeah, you do, because you said me and Robyn are monogamous and it's sacred. Everything between us is sacred and there's nobody else. So
right.
leave her alone then.
Yeah,
Shut up, give them their money and let them go.
yeah. That's the problem, though. He doesn't plan on giving the money. So I think that's the part where he's holding. They're my wife because I want to stay tied to that money.
Exactly.
But
That's why, Robyn brought over that stupid gift. That what was it? A junk journal, junk being the operative word there.
right,
Something that she hot glued together on the bathroom floor in between tears, right? Right. My family, my money, as she's hot gluing that goofy thing together. And then it just was so manipulative. And you can write your dreams in it. Boo hoo hoo.
right,
I think between her and Kody, I mean, she's a better crier to fake it, but I mean, he kind of reminded me of like my nieces would do that. My nieces, like their parents or my mom and dad, grandma and grandpa would tell them, no, you're not getting to do that. And they would be like, and just work themselves up into this big lathery fit, about whatever
right,
it was. And it's like, and then that was when my mom would say, I'll give you something to cry about.
right, right.
Decent
Well, I
little
think that
brothers give you something to cry about because you're throwing a temper fit. He kind of was doing that with Mary, like trying to work himself up into something.
yeah. Well, because you're trying to because it's the day. Like the
Yeah,
problem is that he's there, he's on the scene, and this is probably something that he's practiced, and now he actually has to perform it. And on the day, he's struggling. And so you're
yeah,
looking for the tears. That's what I was saying earlier
yeah.
about when you could tell when people naturally cry versus when they're kind of putting it on. Because people who cry don't want to cry. But when you're
Right.
trying to
Mm.
cry, you have to look for the tears. You have to search for your reason as to why you're crying.
Yeah.
and he's
Probably.
trying to find it, just couldn't get it done. I think Robyn is just more rehearsed because she does it more often. Like she's cried every episode since season 1, episode 2.
Yeah.
She's cried every episode that she's been on the show.
Oh
So
yeah. Oh, she has. Yeah. It's, and I feel like Kody did that he did that whole thing for Nathan. Because then, they can go have their guy moment like they talked about before. Let's go have lunch. So they can go like drink a pint on it and be like, we tried so hard. We were such good husbands and polygamy, and we're so awesome, and these women are terrible, and boohoo for us. And he can just have kind of a boys club going on. I think
right.
that's why he carried on so much in front of Nathan. I mean, you could tell Jen was like, "Oh my goodness, get out, get out."
Right.
You could tell by the look on her face, like, "You are so ridiculous."
Yeah, it was terrible. I was embarrassed for both of them. But let me
I
go.
did.
Thank you
All
so
right.
much for calling in. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
It was so good to talk to you, and good. Yeah, you have such a funny audience. Everybody is hilarious in the chat. So it's
Yes.
so good to be with everybody again this week, and looking forward to tomorrow and the next episode. I can't wait to see more of Coyote Pass, right? I want to see right when they bring out the lawyers and everything. Good for Mary and Janelle.
Right. Have a
Make
great
him
day.
hurt in the pocketbook.
Yeah, exactly where it counts.
Yeah, exactly. That's the only place he cares about anyway. So
Right.
absolutely.
All
All
right.
right.
Have a great
Have a
night.
good evening. Bye.
Thank you. Okay. So, and we have Kitty up next. Kitty, what's going on?
Oh, not too bad. I actually was wondering if anybody have actually done a crying count on Robyn and Kody.
Over the course of
The course of the entire episode. I
the
counted
episode.
7 times. 7 times between the two of them crying. Or fake crying, sorry.
Well, this is an emotional time, Kitty. What do you mean? Like,
oh, give me an effing break. My child can cry better than the two of them combined. And she is a small child.
well, she's probably closer to pure too, so they can't get past the evil.
I guess. The other thing I wanted to take away was Janelle and Christine.
Oh, the conversation, kitchen convo.
Yeah, and the fact of what was it? Of Janelle meeting David for the first time. I thought that was very touching. I thought it was very cute. David was kind of like, no, I don't want polygamy. I don't want polygamy. And they're like, no, we're best friends, but we're like sisters.
Right.
That's what I do with my best friends. I call them my wives.
Right.
So whenever and my boyfriend is like, what? You have wives? And I'm like, no. This is what it's like. They're not quite sisters, but they're not quite best friends. So they're in that in-between thing that you can't really, differentiate. So I just call them wives.
We're close, but we're not that close, but we're very close.
Yeah. And then he's like, oh, I'm like, yeah, that's what it is. I'm like, it's not like a polygamy thing or anything like that. It's just we're very, very close friends, and we act like sisters to each other, but we're not sisters.
No, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, no. And I was just laughing about it because I was like, you know what? It is kind of cute in a way because it's Christine and Janelle, and they both care about each other so much as sisters should be. And I'm kind of really excited about that. And the other thing too, I wanted to mention, and this was through the chat, it was the fact of when Cher and Sonny actually divorced, like their finalized divorce, both of my parents were in high school.
Well, at least they remember. Now, if they said it, I'd be like, okay. But Kody was too young. Like he was
Well, yeah.
way too young to care about Sonny and Cher getting divorced.
Well,
You
yeah,
know?
and here's the other thing. My mom grew up in the sticks. She
Mm.
was lucky if she had 2 channels, let alone 3. And they had that antenna that was outside that you had to go and move and make
Right,
sure
right.
it's in the right spot.
Just didn't watch TV when it was raining out.
Yeah, more or less. But I just thought I would mention those because I thought when I was seeing people like, oh, I remember that, I remember this, I remember that. I'm like, I'm younger than most people. I don't remember all these, but I do remember my parents mentioning these things.
Right.
See, I, on the other hand, I'm like, okay, I don't remember these things, but I know my parents have mentioned it. So I mean, like, I will not vouch for myself for that kind of stuff.
Right, right. Well,
Like,
because
I think the closest thing I remember for a divorce perspective is probably the big one was like, I think the one I remember the most is probably Britney Spears and K-Fed.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you didn't stop living because K-Fed left Britney
Oh
Spears.
yeah,
Like it wasn't. My life is over. My
Oh,
whole
yeah, no.
perspective on marriage has changed because K-Fed can no longer steal Britney Spears' money. Like that's not a thing. Like nobody was
No.
crying about that.
No.
You know?
Everybody was like, okay, that's K-Fed and Britney Spears. Whoopie dang. And I'm like, yeah, I don't care. I'm like,
Right.
actually, I was more happy for Britney Spears dumping his ass, but that's me.
That's what I mean. Like if anything, people were probably more people weren't upset that it happened. They were
Yeah.
just like, yeah, I can see that. I knew
Yeah.
that was coming. I remember the big divorce, I guess when I was younger was Princess Diana and Charles.
Okay. I heard
But that wasn't
I was about what happened? It happened what in 2000, like 1995, 1996?
96, yeah.
Okay, I was about 12. So
Right.
I barely remember that.
Well, but according to Kody, he was half your age
Well, yeah.
when Cher and Sonny Bono broke up.
Yeah.
And Princess Diana, way more famous than Cher.
Oh God.
Way more
yes.
famous than Sonny. They get divorced. Nobody, it doesn't, it was a thing, and they talked about it in the tabloids, but nobody stopped their relationship. And I don't see any 6-year-olds saying, who got divorced? My whole life is over now. Especially when you live in a house where you have 2 parents who are living together. Like your parents are still together. Now, if if you were 6 years old and your parents got divorced, maybe.
Oh God, yeah.
12.
That'd be a totally
Yeah,
different
for
story.
sure. But strangers, like Sonny and Cher are strangers. Like,
Yeah,
come on.
exactly. But I mean, like, no, like, I mean, I guess it did matter in my country, but not me specifically,
Mhm.
because my country was underneath the Queen's Commonwealth at that time.
Right.
Like Princess Diana and Prince Charles was like one of the big things during that time frame.
Right. Well, I mean, they were huge. Like Princess
Well, yeah.
Diana was very popular.
Oh God,
But
yeah.
when she got divorced, like I said, I don't think it turned people against marriage. Like that. What Kody basically said is that when Cher and Sonny got divorced, I came to a realization about the fragility of marriage and that type of relationship. How invested were you in romantic relationships at 6 years old? You aren't even in school good. Hell, you're not even walking real good at 6. Like you only got a couple years under your belt walking and talking. And you sit up there worried about like the depth of like the exoteric nature of relationships and human interactions. Come on,
Yeah.
man. Just doesn't make sense.
No, that's the thing. It's like I said, like I thought I would mention those right off the top because they were the things that I was like, okay, like these were the important things that I wanted to talk about. So, yeah, I mean, again, like Kody and Sabin were sobbing way more in this episode than I've counted in the other ones.
Right.
And the whole like, Sonny and Cher breaking up and whatever else. And I was just like, yeah, no. Uh,
That's what's up.
Yeah.
But thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate you. It's good talking to you.
Yeah.
Once
See you guys
again.
later.
All right, have a good night. Awesomeness. Oh, let me get a super chat real quick, and then we're gonna go to Sassy Experience. Then we have Christy, Emma, Michelle, Mary, and well, hold on, that's a couple more people. Rise. Oh, Tinkalink is in there too. Can't forget Tinkalink. Karen Joseph, $5 super chat. Kody is no longer physically able to service all the wives. He's lazy and doesn't have the imagination because he equates sex with intimacy. Yeah, there's certain physical limitations that starts to occur for males, especially if you're not willing to indulge in the magic blue pills. I haven't had to take the blue pills yet, but you know what I mean? I'm sure it's not that far off the horizon. You know, who knows? Like, I'm not hating on anybody who have to use that pharmaceutical crutch. It is what it is. But again, I agree with Karen Joseph's point that ultimately there's more to the level of companionship than the physical aspect. Like that's kind of that's the shortcut. And too many people, realistically, too many people treat it like a cheat code. Like if you listen, like I've had a recent opportunity because for years I haven't listened to morning radio, and recently I was like, oh, let me just turn on the morning radio for a little drive time action. So I turned on the morning radio, and that's one of the things I noticed is that even when I was a young person, I noticed that like for a lot of the morning radio, they try to act as though sex and sexuality is kind of the cheat code to relationships. Like if you do this, it'll speed up your intimacy and the closeness that you have in your relationships. And I think that there's too much emphasis placed on that, which causes a lot of relationships to fail because you put so much pressure on the physical action that you ignore everything else. And I think that if you build your relationship on your ability to be able to go out and service all these women, kind of what Karen Joseph is talking about, then you're missing major components of actual companionship based relationships and marriages, which will cause your marriages to fail later on. Because when you're no longer physically able or you're no longer physically, it's not that strong, crazy physical attraction, especially as a young man, like, let's be honest, at a certain age, like the wind blow hard and you ready to go. And as you get older, you need more determination. It's a decision. You're making decisions. And so, like, I think that if that's what their relationship is based on, that's where a lot of the relationships start to fail because you're not able to perform that one thing. And once you lose that one thing, if this is, especially if you don't have the type of relationship where you can actually go over and have a conversation, then you don't have anything. But let me give you a little something. Had to hit my buttons. Awesomeness. Thank you so much. Next up, we got Christy in the house. What's up, Christy?
Hi, James. I really enjoy your show. I've been watching you since you were pretty new, and I'm really excited to talk to you.
Awesome. Also excited to talk to you as well. Welcome.
Okay, the first thing that came to mind was when Robyn gave Mary that junk journal. Okay, think about it. Robyn says she wants Mary to write down her hopes and her wonderful dreams and keep it in there. Do you really think Mary's going to look at Robyn's journal and feel all warm and fuzzy and write down her new dreams, we should say, that she has to have because Robyn kind of took her old dreams?
Right.
I think that thing's going in the fireplace.
Yeah. Fireplace is lucky. Like it might not even make it onto the truck. How about that?
Well, it may have accidentally fallen out and gotten run over. Accidents happen. We don't know.
Right. Robyn might show up. That thing might be sitting on the step. And I'm kind of curious too, because you said, and I got to look back at it. But if it's actually like Robyn's dreams and hopes, and she passed it on to Mary, like, I want you to put your dreams down next. I wonder if it has like a little passage like, take Kody for myself, steal all the money from the wives, leave them with nothing. Like, it's like a little passage in the book.
You never know. Maybe Mary can write that in her book.
Right.
And then what? Oh, let's see. Oh, I just have a funny little story. I have to confess to everybody because I have turned my 7-year-old granddaughter against Kody. I don't try to corrupt children, but unfortunately I have. Uh, One time I was listening, I was in the kitchen fixing a meal, and I was listening to a Sister Wife episode, a recap or something. And she came in the kitchen, and all she heard is somebody, I think it was Gabe, when he was having a conversation with Janelle. And he made the comment about, oh, yeah, he always has to have his hot water with lemon.
Yes.
My granddaughter says, Kody? So she knew that because I've kind of poisoned her mind against him. And she knows that at 9 o'clock, as I'm in Central Time, that she needs to leave me alone and I'm not to be interrupted for that hour because, as she calls it, it's Kody night. And and then my big confession, which I confessed to her, and I'm so ashamed of this, but people here will get it. It was probably about 2019 when Christine first started selling LuLaRoe. I
Okay.
was I was on Facebook one night and I saw she had a live and I just checked it out real quick. I'm not a fan of LuLaRoe, but she was having a sale and she said she was cleaning out her and Kody's closet, and anybody that ordered anything within the next 24 hours would receive something that belonged to Kody that she was getting rid of out of the closet. So
Damn.
yeah. So I went and I found a shirt that wasn't too ugly. And I actually like it. I just don't like the material. It was only like $15. And
Right.
so and plus she was giving a recipe, one of her original recipes with it. It was for chicken and noodles. I've never made it. That's not why I ordered anything. I wanted something of Kody's. So I got a pair of reading glasses. And so I have those, and I had forgotten about it because I have them up on a shelf in my closet. And I told my granddaughter tonight that I do own a pair of Kody's reading glasses, and her mouth just dropped open, and she wanted the story on how I had them, and she really wants to see them. So I have a pair of Kody's reading glasses that have been, and I found pictures of him online wearing those glasses. So
Wow.
that's my claim to fame and my social connection to Kody. And that's really all I wanted to say, except one more thing. I I see none of them are coming up tonight, but I love Brittany and I love Negla, and I really enjoy it when they come on and give their perspectives on things. They're so insightful, they're so funny, and I just love them both to death.
Awesome. Awesome. I'll let Brittany know. I think she's actually on vacation, but I'll let her know that you said that.
Okay, and Negla too, because she's
Okay.
great.
Awesome.
All
I
right,
will.
well, I appreciate your time, and it was nice talking to you, and you have a good evening.
All right. Nice talking to you as well. Have a great night. Thanks for calling in.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye bye. That's awesome. What makes that story even more awesome is the fact that when Christine broke up with Kody, normally when a woman breaks up with a dude, like, you might find your stuff on the porch. Hopefully not on fire, but you'll find your stuff on the porch. Christine turned it into a business opportunity. He started selling his stuff off. That's terrible. If you want his shirt, you could get a pair of glasses. If you want one of his dusty ass books, call in and order a shoe. Like, oh wow. I'm not mad though. I'm not mad. Coming up next, we got Sassy. Sassy Experience. What's going on? How you doing?
Hey, sir. How are ya?
Doing very well. Doing very well.
I'm laughing at you talking about selling off Kody's stuff one by one.
It's rough, man. She's like, well, if he's not gonna be here, I might as well get some of my money back.
Exactly. I'm not mad about it. I wrote my list, so I'm gonna go through it and not try to waste time. Speaking of Christine, listen, I am really happy for Christine. I'm not ragging on her or anything, but maybe it's not even her fault, but the way TLC is dragging out this storyline, like I'm on the annoyed bus at this point because like when she was tonight, oh my gosh, and he surprised me, ma'am. Y'all went and looked at a house, bought a house, went and looked at venues for a wedding. No, ma'am, he did not surprise you. He did not. Please, come on now. It's too much. It's too much. And then I see like the promos for next week and now they're showing all the pieces of the wedding. Like, stop it, TLC. It's too much. It is too much with her and that storyline. Move on. So that's my little Christine rant. Janelle, it wasn't touched on a lot tonight, but in my Facebook group that I'm in, a few people were still upset with Mary for not trusting Janelle. And I always try to come through Sister Wives, even though I do like Mary, I do try to give an objective point of view. And here's my thing about Mary not trusting Janelle or not knowing if Kody was being truthful or Janelle was being truthful. Here's the one thing. The fans have raved for years about Janelle being the smart one because she managed the family's finances. How did we know that? Well, that was the narrative that the family put out. And so if we bought into that narrative, then we have to accept somewhat that Mary thought that as well. Because I really think Mary just put her head in the sand, did whatever Kody told her to do because she wanted him back. And so if he said, yeah, Janelle manages the finances, that's what she believed. I believe more than anything, she put her little coins in the pot, but she was securing her own bag on the side. So it didn't even really matter who was managing the money. So to me, it's not that big of a deal that at that stage, she wasn't really sure who was telling the truth between Kody and Janelle, because the other part is she was no more friends with Janelle than she was with Kody. The only difference is she wanted to be back with Kody, but her and Janelle was on the out. So I can kind of give her a pass on not trusting it. But you see along the way, they somehow find their way back to be allies. And I'm cool with that.
Right.
The last thing I was going to say, and it's funny that other people have brought this up tonight, but we being grown folks, but this is on my list to say, you know how Kody is always saying it was so hard for him to love the OG3, and he did it as some kind of act of charity. And I was sitting there thinking tonight when I was watching the show, like, it was probably hard for them to love your ass because you arrogant, you pompous. And then, if we're gonna be real with it, talking about blue pills, I'm sure your pencil was not always working. I'm sure your little pencil was limp more often than it was wood. You get what I'm saying? And if you go back, okay. So I'm sure it was hard for them to love him as well. Oh, and you probably was the carrier of all the doggone simplex herpes viruses that they always had with the cold sores. Everybody had cold sores every year because you were the carrier, sir. So I just think about all that, and I'm like, if they all came out and told all his little idiosyncrasies, his little ego would be hurt. Like Robyn would have to go pull him out of that truck if just one of them started talking about how hard it was for her to love on him. That would hurt his heart. So that's just my 22 cents on the story for tonight.
So you saying that Kody could have, if they would have told the truth, Kody could be left unattended? Like they'd have to watch it.
Listen, and I'm gonna tell you who I want to tell the story: Mary and Janelle, not Christine, but Mary and Janelle, because I think they really, 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 really know the true secrets about him. Because they were in love, but they weren't overly infatuated the way Robyn and Christine were.
Mm,
And Mary being with him the longest. Okay, yeah. I want them to tell the story. All his
yeah,
little secrets.
yeah.
All his little secrets. Yeah. Y'all talking about fake tears. It'd be some real ones then.
Right, right.
Yeah, it'd be some real ones then. He'd be sitting in that truck buried under snow. He'd never come out. Never come for air. But I do believe, last point, I do believe that, let me say this, it would not surprise me if next season opens with him and Robyn doing some type of vow renewal or relationship renewal type ceremony. The only question would be what kids are gonna show up, and at this point, none of them. I don't even think Robyn kids like him anymore.
Right,
But
right.
yeah,
I'm not even sure
but
Robyn's
that's all
ass
I
gonna
got.
show up. For real, for real.
For real, for real. Cause she honestly and truly, she's not bought into polygamy. And I mean, she's not bought into monogamy. She likes being special. You're not always special in a monogamous relationship. You're special when you're competing with other women.
Right,
But when it's just you and he has nobody else to compare you to but you, it's not as fun anymore. And I don't think she is the chick for the monogamous relationship. I don't believe anything else that comes out of her mouth. But that part, when she says, I signed up for polygamy and I don't know about monogamy, I believe that. I believe that shit. Because,
right,
yeah, because
right,
when he gets mad at her, it's just her. Now you're no longer servicing your best customer like you were the only waitress he's seeing.
right.
No other restaurants are open. Yeah, she don't like that. She don't
Well,
like that. So yeah.
because even when you phrase it that way, I think that there's a difference between when she talks about servicing the best customer, she's talking about servicing the best customer as the employee of the month and
Mm-hmm.
the most favorite employee. And if she's just the only wife, and now she's
Mm-hmm.
servicing her husband, like she's in service to him, and I
Mm-hmm.
don't think she wants to be in that subordinate role, because especially
Mm-hmm.
with nobody to stand on top. Because if you're below somebody but you're in charge of people, you're still in charge of people, so you're kind of middle management. But when you don't have anybody below you,
Exactly.
then you're kind of stuck. So I can see that. I 100% agree.
Exactly.
Good point.
Exactly.
Good
So,
points.
alrighty, sir. Well,
All
thank
right.
you for letting me up and you have a wonderful night.
You as well. Thank you for coming up.
All
Appreciate you.
right.
Have a
Bye
good one.
bye.
Bye. When Sassy was saying that about like the husbands being tired, and we're gonna get right to Emma Michelle, Mary, Tank, Roz, and Jada. Um, when she was saying that about uh Kody saying that he suffered and how much he suffered and this, that, and other. There's a great movie, and I did this example before. I clipped it. There's a great movie called Fences with Denzel Washington and forget the actress's name. She was fantastic in the movie. But in Fences, it's basically about a married couple, and the gentleman is telling his wife that, I'm with her. He was cheating with this woman, and she's pregnant, and he's about to leave his wife. He's like, when I'm with her, I can kick my feet up and I can laugh. I mean, really laugh. I can enjoy myself, and and when I'm here, I feel like I'm struggling. And she says to him straight up, she's like, well, when I'm here with you, I'm struggling too. You don't think I wanted to go out and laugh with somebody else? You don't think I wanted more out of life? You don't think I think about other people or whatever? But I sat here and I poured everything into you, and it was a very powerful thing. It was Viola Davis is the other person. So it's Denzel Washington, Viola Davis. Excellent film. If you want to check it out, it's Fences. It came out in 2016. It's based off a play from August Wilson. It was actually originally done the first time I saw it, like segments of it, was actually James Earl Jones. He played the character that Denzel played. Fantastic. But that scene is crazy powerful because there's so much emphasis placed on the man's benefit and the things that he wanted out of the relationship and how this relationship, didn't turn out the way he wanted. And he went outside the relationship and found these other people that made him feel whole and made him feel more complete. And it ignores the wishes, will, desires, ambitions of his wife. And she brings that out by saying, you think I don't have dreams? You don't think I fantasize about leaving your ass? But I didn't. What I mean? I could have did what you did, but I didn't. So it's a great movie. But coming to the stage next, we have Emma. Emma, what's going on?
Hi, what's up?
Not much. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Awesome.
I just want to thank you real quick because I'm jumping back into the interview, talk to other people kind of realm of the world, and this is really helping me.
Awesome.
Exercise my my organ or whatever you want to call it.
There you go.
So I have 3 points, and
Okay.
the first one being Robyn showing up with her gift and her constant stance
Right.
that people are going to do what they want to do. She's not in control. I'm sorry, I can't keep a straight face. But it's very clear she's being manipulative because any one of us could guess what was in that bag. I was guessing that dumbass picture in a frame.
Right.
But she showed up with the book. And again, I'm not oblivious to handmade gifts, okay? I make blankets, I knit, I crochet. It takes a long time, but you research what people want, and it's just it's kind of cringe, with the pink ribbon. So and then it's just very clear she's being manipulative because it works on Kody and Mary, but not so much on Christine. It kind of worked on her, and definitely not Janelle. And I do buy into your tinfoil hat that she can't get under Janelle's skin, so she goes after her kids.
Yeah. It's a shame too. It's a shame. But
yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, no, and then the second point is the goodbyes at the B&B. So Kody learned from the best his performative, that's what I call it. It's performative manipulation. Did you believe him? Seriously,
No.
with the hunchy shoulders, and then I have to face my face to the camera, and
Right.
make it look good. Kody and Robyn are going for Academy Awards, but they have no clue what a true ugly cry looks like.
Right.
Going back to what you were saying, you're trying to hold back. If you're really fucking upset, you're trying to hold back. Trust me, I know. You're trying to hold back. You don't want to cry. And it's the worst ugly cry. But have you noticed every time they're on camera, you don't really know if it was in that timeline or if they're filming later, but they're oh, it's a beautiful cry. And they're trying so hard. But it's a beautiful cry.
Well, because nobody, part of the complication is that when you cry, you cry because you're feeling pain or some kind of discomfort. Nobody enjoys discomfort or pain. That's
Absolutely.
why you're crying. So when you are standing there trying to live in that moment, and that's where Kody and Robyn are. They're trying to live in that moment to get as much of that tear jerk as possible. It just comes off is crazy. They look crazy. Especially Robyn. She's perfected this so much that, to be honest with you, I would think that there was something wrong with Robyn. As much as you cry, I've been around people who cry at the drop of a hat, and there's nothing wrong with that. I know emotional people, but the way she does it, it's just unsettling. Are you okay? You should be happy. What are you crying about? Like every time you see a camera, you start crying. Like most people start smiling when they see a camera.
Or
They
that
want to come
something's
off as good as
off.
they can.
Or
Yeah, it's
or
just
that
off.
something's off.
Right.
It's like, okay. Like I I don't feel for them at all. Like, you know how when you've experienced trauma, you got that superpower where it's like, oh, I feel that. Like, I feel that. Like, you watch a true crime show, like, oh, I felt those words. I felt
Right.
those words. I don't feel anything from these people.
No. Well, they don't feel it. They don't feel
Ugh.
it. That's part of the problem. They don't feel it. So you can't make somebody feel something you don't feel. Like you don't care. And if they cared about, like, and that's the weird thing about it. Like when, as a for instance, because even to pair what you're saying, when Janelle was upset, remember when Janelle and Kody had the argument in Janelle's apartment, and Kody
Yeah.
stormed out, and Janelle was doing that self tape, and she broke down and she said, I realize now that I don't have anything.
Mhm.
You know what I
You
mean?
felt for her.
Right.
You
You felt
felt it.
that because she felt that. Like
Yeah.
you, oh shit, you don't have nothing. You stuck. You're in trouble. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? And that's part of in the depth and breadth of like the gravitas of what she was saying was powerful and palpable. But with Kody and them, it's like you've been kicking Mary out. You've literally been kicking this woman out for 9 years. You've been kicking her out of the relationship for 9 years straight. You've been kicking her out. Now she leaves. You're like, I can't believe you're going. What? What? What are
Like,
we
why
doing?
are you like, I'm sorry, the scene where he's like, Mary, like, I can see it, she's genuinely hugging him, like, okay, but he's sitting there with his head towards the camera, like, oh, I hope it's a beautiful cry. Like, what is that?
Right.
Oh my gosh. And Rebecca has a good point. Oh shit, is that, that's the goodbye on the BBC, or I'm sorry, the second point I have is the goodbyes on the B&B. Like, Kody learned from the best. It's performative manipulation. It is. And Kody and Robyn are going for the Academy Awards, but they have no clue what a true, like, that's what I mean, a true ugly cry looks like. They cry like they want the camera to get their good side. That's what I think.
Right.
And you can see it. Jen and Mary's brother-in-law, Nathan, their reactions. Oh my God. Thank God, cameraman, you got those. It's like, what the fuck? They're just looking away. They're looking away.
Well, I give them credit because I would have left. Like I give them credit for standing there. I would have left because that was embarrassing. It was embarrassing. This is crazy. I'm gonna go ahead and give you guys your privacy because this is insane.
I know, but like Nathan, yeah, you could take it because, you know, he had a divorce in his life and he's like, oh, maybe I'm crying about that. But like Jen, it's all like, I gotta look away. We're gonna have a chat about this, Mary, after he leaves. You know, one of those kind of things.
Right.
Oh my gosh. Anyway, my third bullet point is the sneak peek that they did. And I really think they're like, I'm with Reality Squad. I really think they're waiting for the show to catch up before they drop the legal hammer on Robyn and Kody. I really do. Because oh God, it's so it's so frustrating.
Right.
But at the same time, yeah, when I'm assuming Robyn falls off the ATV doing a stupid stunt, I did laugh out loud.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm a horrible person.
Not giggle, but I think that's because I'm looking forward to seeing like the context to it, but it does come off like maybe that's how Kody getting rid of his family, like because he took Dayton out, ran him into some stuff. Then he take Robyn out, he jump her off a damn, you know what I mean? She ain't got no business on an ATV. If she, you know,
She doesn't look. Does she look like a
look
person who's all like, you know, ATV? Does she look anything like I'm comfortable on an ATV?
Right. Yeah, it just, I don't know. Like, it just didn't look like it was a thing that she does. And if it's not a thing you do, then you might not want to go out four-wheeling. And it also is problematic to me because it looks like Kody Pass for Kody and Robyn is nothing but a recreational spot. So they use it for the barbecue. Then they're going to use it to take the ATVs out. You're not trying to build a house out there because you're too busy playing on the land.
Exactly.
So, I mean, I'm not a big fan of that. Like, so what are we doing? That's where I kind of expect Janelle and Mary to kind of come in. Like, what are we doing with this? Because I'm not paying for a piece of land just so it can sit out there. So when you get a wild hair up your ass, you just ride out there on ATVs or you go get a horse or something and go play.
And of course, you saw where they crashed. They crashed on the poop pond that's empty. So anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for coming up. Appreciate you. Have a good night. Awesome. Next up, we got Michelle in the house. What's going on, Michelle, from across the pond? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing okay, thank you, sweetheart. I'm doing fine. Yeah, bit tired, but I'm okay.
There you go.
He really thought he was doing something there. See, I'm the sort of person that even if I don't say it, my face will give subtitles, you know. And I just really wanted to be there in that moment and say to him, are you done? Are you finished? Is this finished now? Because we got somewhere we got to be, and it's not with you.
Right.
And it's got to be bad if Nathan is looking embarrassed to be in your company. Nathan, your best buddy, that believes everything you tell him, and he's standing there like, oh my God.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
It's like I've said to you before, he still kind of believes that he's on the stage doing his Amdram at school or something, and that's going to be enough to grift on through, you know. And it's like, you're not that great at it. You just not. Give it up. Just give it up. And and Mary, do not give him any more reason to be a pompous ass. Just don't. He's not that special. We say this all the time, you know, he's not as good as he thinks he is. And it's because he lives such an insular life. Him and Robyn, their home is their whole little world. They think everybody, well, I believe they think everybody behaves, acts the way that they do because they've got no feedback from the real world. The real world is Jen's reaction, which would have been, what are you doing that for? Are you feeling okay?
Right.
Do you get what I mean? It's not, it's abnormal. It's so overproduced, and the way that he sort of had to get the best camera shot by turning his head to the side, it kind of reminds me of like 1930s movies when they're like, I love you so much, darling.
Yes, yeah.
You know, it's just so catastrophized, histrionic, and let's face it, bloody ridiculous.
Right. And nobody talks like this. Like
no. My granddaughter, sorry, I interrupted, but my 4-year-old granddaughter does a better performance for feeling sad when she's trying to scope an extra snuggle before she goes home. Oh, I've hurt myself. You know, she's more convincing in that moment than he has ever been across the seasons. Seriously.
Right.
I'm going to let you go because I'm a bit tired, but at the end of the day, Kody, we say it every time, get over yourself. You need to do more and pretend less, really, you know. And it's been really lovely seeing everybody's reactions tonight. I love them all. Betty, you are just, I wish I could hang out with you. You just seem like such a sweetheart. I miss Nebula. I like Brittany. I loved every single take I've ever heard. And just everyone's amazing. So love to you all. And James, you're doing an epic job. Never forget that, sweetheart.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, you take care now, sweetheart.
You have a great night.
Yeah, I will do, darling. Take care.
All
Bye.
See you later.
Bye.
Awesome. Next up, we got Mary in the house. Mary, what's going on? Thank you for
Hi.
being patient. Appreciate you.
Hi.
Hello.
I wanted to not much. I just wanted to go and bring up the Mary saying about that she had to pee. That could be a sign of pregnancy. And Kody and her went out drinking. And what if they had a little and now she's pregnant?
You saying a midlife surprise? Is that what you're trying to say?
I was a midnight surprise for my parents.
Surprise,
and I have a younger sister yet. So it's it's not impossible.
Yeah, that would be crazy. How crazy would that news be?
That would really be crazy.
That would be insane.
You know what? I think that would be good for Mary too, because with her daughter, son, I don't know what you want to call her, having doing the I think she's doing the transition.
Oh, it's transitioning, yeah, Leon.
She's transitioning.
You talking about Mary's child?
So like he, she, whatever. That way Mary now will have another child, and it would be like starting new. And that actually might, if you think about it, is Robyn might get rubbed out because she's not having babies no more.
Right. Yeah, Robyn ain't having that. Maybe that's why she threw herself off that ATV at Coyote Pass. She was like,
yeah,
not today, Satan, and she jumped off the ATV.
So I just thought that would be a good twist.
I'll tell you what, that'll turn the show upside down. If that did happen,
really turn it upside down.
That would be insane. Because this is like a year ago, so Mary would have had the baby already by now. But
right,
that would have been a showstopper. That
really would be. It would kind of change things too, because I think when Mary divorced Kody so that Robyn could marry him to go and adopt the kids, which, by the way, Mary really didn't have to do that. That was not the real reason. I think she lost something, and with Robyn marrying Kody, she almost became like the leader, the female lead. And maybe, who knows, this might be kind of like a get even type thing too. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just thought I would bring it up.
No, I appreciate it. I mean, it would be insane. Like in a different universe, maybe in a Earth 693, that would be a nutty turn of events.
Nutty thing, yeah.
If Mary actually got pregnant again. And especially being as though Kody had said that he specifically said he didn't want to have a baby with Mary. That would be crazy. That'd be crazy.
Yeah. And you think about it, it goes along with the whole storyline of Mary and Kody, because she was she had her first pregnancy, then she had a second pregnancy, which she miscarried. And if she got pregnant again, I don't know. I just thought I would bring it up.
No. I mean, it'd be interesting. I mean, it would be insane because she's like
Mhm.
50 some odd years old. For her to
Mhm.
be that old and pregnant, that would truly be a miracle baby. That
It
would
would be
truly be a
it would be
miracle
a
baby.
miracle baby.
You
Yeah.
know. No, but the universe does some crazy shit, so I don't know.
It does. It really
Yeah.
does.
But yeah,
So
that's insane. But
anyway,
thank
I
you
just
so
thought I
much.
would bring that up.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
So,
You have a great night.
you too.
Thanks.
All right.
All right. Mary with another baby. Woo, go. Here's a question. Who thinks that if Mary actually did get pregnant, like the likelihood of that happening is very, very low, especially she already had fertility issues in her prime. For her to get pregnant in her 50s would be nuts. That'd be insane. But if she got pregnant, if somehow, some way she got pregnant, how many people think that Robyn would divorce Kody for cheating on her? Like she would divorce Kody for an affair. That would be insane. That'd be a slap in the face. But I'm leaving you, Kody. How dare you mess around with Mary, your ex-wife? But I thought you wanted the sister wife thing. I was trying to make that happen for you. I wanted it, but not really. So, but coming up, we got Tinkerlink. Tinkerlink, what's going on?
Hey James, how you doing?
Doing very well. How you doing?
I am well. I am surprised that we are all up. James, what is your time zone?
I'm in New York time zone.
Oh, me too, me too. I'm in Georgia.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So it's late, but it's not crazy crazy.
Yeah,
It's,
that's
it's
true.
about to get crazy, but it's not cray yet.
And I was like, they should be ashamed of themselves for the time that they put this show on. Cause I could care less about what's the thing that come on before it 90 Day. Is it 90 Day
Yeah,
Fiance?
90 Day Fiance. I'm pretty sure it's 90 Day.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
yeah,
I can't get into it and it's on too long.
yeah. It's too
Um
many of them.
right.
I started out watching 90 Day, and it just got to the point where it's like 90 Day Fiance, before the 90 days, 90 Day Other Way, Happily
Right.
Ever After, 90 Day Last Resort, 90 Day Pillow Talk. Like it's just too much. Like
Don't
I can't.
don't you just love reality TV producers? They will spin off everything. They'll
Right.
take you to every city. It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But I shout out, I can't remember who said it, but who talked about the ugly cry. And then I thought the juxtaposition of you talking about Viola Davis and Fences, who had such a beautiful ugly cry
Mm,
in that movie.
yeah. Yeah. Viola, like I said, did she get hardware? She should have. I know she got a Tony for that.
No, but she got an Oscar. That was her
She did get an
Oscar.
Oscar too. Yeah,
Yeah.
because she deserved that. I thought she got an Oscar for it,
And
but she deserved that. She
the
did
irony
network.
is, I was actually talking to one of my best friends earlier today, and I talked about when she won that Oscar, she did a Harriet Tubman quote.
Mm.
And and I was like, I wondered where it had came from, but I couldn't remember. So I actually looked that speech up today.
Oh,
So when
okay.
you talked about Fences and you were like, who's that? And I was like, Viola Davis, because I had just looked it up. So that was kind of ironic, but I do want to say, because I heard yeah, I think it was last week you were talking to Sarah. This was last Monday, and you mentioned that you were going to bring up the Mary with the allegations
Mm.
against her with the kids, and then you ended up doing later in the week a video. I want to
Right.
say you did it on Wednesday, at least you dropped it on Wednesday.
Yes. Yes.
And during your you were like, I know I got some Mary fans out there. I am a Mary sympathizer. I am.
Okay.
I and I think it was because when I first started watching the show, I mean, I've been watching since the first season. I've been watching. It was kind of like a little guilty pleasure. Now it seems like everybody watching it. But I've been watching since season one, and I always felt kind of sorry for Mary because she's the first wife. She couldn't have that, she only had that one child, and she had to watch these other women get pregnant back to back to back.
Right.
And so I just really wanted to kind of not I won't talk about we won't, because I can't say what Madison, McKelty, and Peyton felt is not real, because whatever they felt is real
Mm-hmm.
for them. But I do know it seems like she has good relationships with some of the other kids, but we know that, in families you have favorites, and sometimes with abusers they have favorites. So
That's
you
true.
can't,
No.
we can't really say that a fact is a fact when we don't know the facts. But what I do want to say is, no matter what is right or what is wrong, shame on every parent in that family. From, I don't care who the Christine fans are, the Janelle fans, shame on each and every one of them, because y'all sold out y'all kids for a TV show.
Mm.
If that's the case, if she is what they say she was to them, then she has no business like that. That's ridiculous to be putting on this facade for the world if it was that bad. And then for Christine to say 20 some years later, well, I don't like the way she treated my kid. You shouldn't have liked the way she treated your kids 20 years ago.
Right. Right.
And so for that, I can't, like, it's getting to the point where it's ridiculous, and we just don't know. This family is just not to be trusted with anything that they say. And for Kody and Robyn to come into this woman's vicinity and put on these crocodile tears and put on the performance, they're terrible actors and they're terrible people.
Mm. Fair
And
play. Fair play.
And so that it just amazes me. But yet we still watch. I mean, I know I
Right.
do. I still,
It's
it's
the guilty pleasure. Well, I mean, I think that because that was one of the things that Peyton had actually said during the course of his allegations, that the reason why uh he, as well as he intonated, some of the other kids have yet to come out and say anything definitive about what they endured, was because if they did, that would be the end of the show. And
right.
currently, his mom and the other parents rely on the show as a source of income. So that in itself, to be honest with you, is problematic, because you're putting a child who respectively is saying that they're the victim of a certain set of circumstances. I'm not sure what parameters, how far I can go with YouTube algorithm and rules and regulations and stuff, terms of service, and
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
say. But you get where I'm going.
I
Like
get you.
if they endured a certain events in the house, and they can't talk about those events because it's on those kids to protect their parents' lifestyles, that's heavy as hell. That's
Yeah.
actually one of the things that's talked about. Like when I was talking about Quiet on the Set, the whole Nickelodeon thing, and
Oh
a lot
yeah,
of the
yeah.
problems that were going on with that. That's one of the big problems with child stars, is that you have kids who are basically the breadwinners for their entire families. And then when people come to them and they say, look, I'm going to take you, we going to the Diddy party and you the main attraction, you
Right.
know, you have to go, because if you don't go, your parents can't, they can't afford to live in the house they living in. Your brothers and sisters are going to have to come out of the schools that they've been attending, because everything is on you. That's heavy as hell to put on a child. So in that respect, part of me, and this is part of the reason why I framed it, I'm sorry, I'm kind of going on, but part of
Oh
the
no,
reason why,
no, I'm here with you.
yeah, part of the reason why I framed it the way I did, as far as the accusations against Mary, I recognize that nothing is cemented. Like nobody's come out and said this is what happened and given specifics about any experience that they had. This is
Right.
something that's intonated by the family members, and I think that we have to recognize these flags that we're seeing. So I'm noting the flags that I'm seeing. I'm not necessarily saying it's true. Part of me, to be honest with you, like in most horrible situations, part of me hope it's not true.
Yeah, same.
Part of me is just hoping this is something that they saying just to get, attention or whatever, because the reality of it is crazy dark,
Yeah.
and that's
Yeah,
got.
I agree. I agree. Cause it's like, on one hand, it's believable because we know, unfortunately, jealousy is real. And she
Mm,
could have, and it could have been a sense of, I'm jealous because I only have one, and seeing, seeing these other women be fruitful with my husband, because let's not forget that, Mary and Janelle were friends because Janelle was married to her brother.
Right.
And so that, even that is weird. And Mary has said that was weird for her. You were married to my brother and now you're married to my husband.
Right. Well, I
So
mean,
it
it's stuff on top of stuff. I mean,
yeah.
Mary, any person, you're married to somebody, and whether Kody loved Mary or not, Mary loved Kody,
Yeah,
and you can
that's
see
true.
that. So it's irrelevant how he, like, from this respect, it's irrelevant how he felt about Mary. Mary loved her some Kody.
Yeah, that's
So
true. Yeah.
you have the man that you love marrying and spending time with another woman. That woman is your former sister-in-law.
Mhm.
Then she gets pregnant. The whole time in this culture, part of your value as a woman is your ability to procreate. You're failing, quote unquote, failing at that. Your only real purpose and mission in life is to procreate, and you're failing at that. She comes in, she starts dropping kids immediately. Then while she's pregnant, while the second wife is pregnant, he goes out and get another damn wife.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
then not long after that, she turns up pregnant. You understand? You know what I mean?
yeah. I
So on
know.
top, and then you get pregnant, you lose a child, you get pregnant, you have your child, then these two get pregnant again, then you're trying to get pregnant and can't. And so the stage is set for uh an environment where these kind of things could happen, where you could get angry, you could get jealous, you can enforce rules on these kids that you're mad that even exist. So I can
Exactly.
see it. I'm not
Like like running through my house. I
right,
understand.
right,
I know, look, I know people, these are their biological children. They don't want to run it through their house. I get it.
right. I've
Look,
seen plastic on couches. Yeah,
exactly. I know.
yeah.
Look, trust me, I understand. But one thing I would, because I also wanted to point out that Mary and Janelle, though they have this history, well, I guess the trio, Mary, Janelle, and Christine. But when Janelle said, remember when Mary was giving up her right as the wife.
Hmm.
Right, she was going to that BS that Kody got her to divorce him for, because that was nothing. But when Janelle made it very clear that I trust Mary because I know that if something were to happen to him, Mary would have our back. Janelle said that.
Hmm.
And she said she, like, it was basically, she said it without saying it. She didn't trust Robyn.
Right, right,
And
right.
for good reason. And then this season when they asked Mary about it, she was like, well, yeah, Janelle was right. She said Janelle was right. And
Hmm.
then turning it around, I think Sassy was the one who mentioned it, which Sassy was great because that herpes thing, when she said that, I was like, hey, I've been thinking that. I was like, all that came from their daddy.
Right.
Uh,
Right.
but when she mentioned, like, it's we can't say that Mary knew, or we can't judge Mary for assuming that Janelle held those finances, because that's what this man had been telling her.
Hmm.
And no one had ever said that that wasn't the case, because Mary has always been back and forth to the B&B. And then she's also been doing the LuLaRoe, and she's kind of been in her bag because she didn't have the sanctity of family. So she's kind of always been the workhorse. Her
Hmm.
and Janelle always were the workhorses, but since she can't really rely on the family part, she probably overcompensated in her work, and so she was just giving the family money. She probably, her ears weren't close to the streets. She didn't know. So
Right.
I do feel like she did think that with Janelle, and now we're gonna see, hopefully, because we know that, and I work in the film industry, so I know how editing works. But we know that they can skew a upcoming episode to make us think we finna watch something and we ain't watching anything.
Right.
And and so in saying that, I hope that she is actually her and Janelle take these steps to basically what Mary said on that preview tonight. She's not married to him, so the only person she gotta look out for herself is her. She gotta look
Right.
out for herself. And so I hope they do that. And then my last point, because I won't hold you, is that with the Christine and David thing, I'm tired of it too. I just feel like y'all were already engaged when y'all went looking for houses, when y'all went looking for, yeah, I was out. Come on now. I don't know why they're playing in our face like this. I get it, but at the same time, we don't have to harp on it so much.
Right.
I'm actually ready for us to get over this situation so that we can move on and get down to things that, inquiring minds really want to know about.
Right. Right. Well, because I
So,
think that Christine and David, they're so excited about their relationship that they want to relish in that
mhm.
relationship. The problem is that you got to the end too fast. Like once I watch you get married,
Yep.
it's
Yep.
inevitable. And so a lot of the cutesy stuff that I see now is a little spoiled. Like it's a little it comes up a little short. One, two, like you said, like the whole I was so surprised when he got down on one knee and he proposed.
Like,
You
stop
have a
it.
wedding venue. You have a house. Like so you know what day you're getting married. Like you know it's coming because he has to propose. Like if you know that he has to propose before October at least, because you're
Mhm.
getting married in October. Like you're
Yep.
so I mean he only has a couple weeks to pull it off. And then he
Yeah.
invites you to like the on a day trip with everybody and they're filming you. Like, come on.
Yeah,
So
it's
it is
it's
what it
it's
is.
giving very self-produced, overly produced. But it also, if it's not, then we're running the risk of Christine is kind of questionable. And
Mm,
I'm not saying that the whole rushing thing, because we can, people can go at their own speeds, and they've told us on the show that she married Kody in no time, and he
right.
married, they've rushed into marriages that were really quick anyway, so that's not foreign to them.
Mm,
Maybe to their kids, because their kids weren't really, they had three mothers when all the children were born. But in saying that, I think it's coming across as Christine is a little out of touch, or maybe a little touched, if you know what I mean. I'm not
right.
trying to offend anybody, but it's like you're kind of giving like this seem you're strange, or you're peculiar in your way of thinking, of not knowing that this man is going to propose, of not knowing that this is about to happen. It just seems silly. And
Mm,
I get that we have like this puppy love thing, but it just seems ridiculous with their age. And again, I'm not
right.
trying to be offensive, but
No, I mean I say the same thing, but I also recognize the fact that maybe it's just that like I just dismiss it more or less as maybe I'm just jaded.
yeah.
Maybe they're fine and they're okay. It's
Yeah.
just me. Like I would be like, no, we got to slow this down.
I got
Especially if
you.
I just got out of a 30-year relationship. I was sure, like, because my thing would be, I was sure 30 years ago that polygamy was the shot. Like
Yeah.
I was on stage, like if I was Christine, I was on stage arguing with people who would tell me that, I'm being used and abused by Kody and he's mistreating me. And
Her
I'm sitting
own
there
family
arguing with him.
members. Her
Come
own
on
family
now.
members.
Right. Yeah, disassociating family members. I'm not speaking to people. It's like she doesn't talk to her aunt. She wasn't talking to her aunt for a long time. She didn't talk
Hmm.
to her mom for a long time because she broke away from her dad, because she supported polygamy because she was so sure. And then you get into this new relationship and you feel like you're sure, but I wouldn't be sure if I was sure. But if
Right.
she's sure, and it's working for her, then you got to live your life. And I appreciate that too. Like I
Yeah.
also appreciate that. But it's just that for me, like I said, I'm just grizzled. So I would be like,
I
this is
I
too
feel
good to
you.
be true.
I
So
feel it's that if you like it, I love it. I get
right,
you.
exactly.
I get
Exactly. It works for you. But again, I'll stand on this. I'll
you.
stand on this 100%. Just because you see it working for her or works for somebody on TV or Instagram, Facebook, social media, or a friend of yours doesn't necessarily mean that this is a good move or a good rule to follow. It
Exactly.
might work for her. This might work out beautifully for Christine, and I hope it does because she deserves to be happy. But like, if I wouldn't recommend this, like I wouldn't just say, yeah, if you meet somebody and you feel really strong about them in the first 2 months, you should definitely get married. You
Oh
should
no.
definitely start picking out wedding venues. Like, that's without question. I would never
Mhm.
say that. So that's all I'm saying about Christine. She
Yeah.
gonna live her life. She gonna do her. She grown. She gonna do
Yes,
what she
right.
do.
And we wish her the best. We
Right.
do.
Absolutely.
I
Absolutely.
wish those three, I do. I wish all three of them the best. That Robyn and that Kody, th- y- you know what? I guess all I can do is wish them the best too. But I'm not why I think we all should boycott a wedding special. If James, if you are right, I'm gonna come back on here and be like, well, James, you could have knocked me over with a feather.
Right.
But but I hope they have the lowest ratings.
You're right.
I will go to everybody's channel and be like, as a unit, we need to band together to not watch.
What, turn the viewership to 3?
You hear me? Because I'm telling you, it's power in numbers. Because they are something else. But hey, they playing their villain roles. They're and so.
Yeah.
But like I said, I'm not gonna hold you. It was when I tell you, I try to stay awake. Sometimes I just let you talk and you end up talking to me not you boring me to sleep, but I'm saying like sometimes I can't hang.
No, that's
Basically, that's
fine. I
what.
get it. I get it.
So since I'm on Thanksgiving break from I teach film too. I do film and I
Okay.
teach film. And so we on Thanksgiving break, so I can hang tonight. And I'm so happy I got a chance to talk to you.
Awesome. I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did. Thanks for calling in.
Oh, no problem. You have a good one, James.
You too. Have a
Bye.
good night. Awesome. Take a link in the house. Oh, next up, folks, we have Roz in the place. What's up, Roz? How you doing?
Hello. Okay, I'm going back to
Okay.
the money. Okay, I believe Kody was getting with the sister wives. I don't think any of those women are getting a percentage of each episode. You know, like you get that little extra money every time there's reruns, every time it
Yeah.
pops up on cable and all that. I think Cody's getting all that money because remember it
Nobody's
was
getting
all
that
on
money.
Cody was it was all under one umbrella, and then
Well,
when Janelle and Christine left, they um they dissolved it, and then she made this other one just with him and Robyn. So
yeah,
are they getting
just a little
yeah
inside
royalties?
baseball. When
Hmm?
they do reality shows, part of the reason why Hollywood likes reality shows is because when you do a reality show, the stars get paid for the episodes that they appear on. They don't get paid for film days. So we just had Tinkling. She was just on here. I have some experience in film as well, but if you belong to say SAG, right, the Screen Actors Guild, the union,
Hmm.
what they enforce is anytime you show up, you get paid. So if you come in for uh, a screening, like they want to do a rehearsal, you get paid. You go in for a fitting, there's a good possibility you can get paid. If you go to if you shoot anything, every day you show up to shoot, you get paid, right? And when your movie or whatever the project is comes out, when they have when they get picked up by Netflix or it goes into the movie theaters or it's on TV,
Right.
you get a check because they license it. And then when it goes to Netflix or Amazon or any streaming service, they license that too. So you keep getting checks until that runs its course, right? So you can get checks forever. There's people still working at Cosby Show, probably not getting big checks, but they're still getting checks. If it hits syndication, that's all automatic money. That's why it was
You
such a big deal back in the day.
you don't
Yeah,
think Cody
but
says Cody was his own company? He
well,
wasn't getting any.
for reality shows, they don't get royalties.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't get royalty checks. You only get paid for the shows that they air. So if, like, for instance, if they really want to hurt Kody, and part of the insistence that Kody, like when they shot the, remember when they did the wedding special, and
Right.
all of a sudden they had the scenes, I think the 2 big scenes with Kody and Robyn.
Mm-hmm.
Had they not,
Uh-huh.
yeah, they appeared, they were like sitting out there cutting down trees. Had they not appeared in that episode, they wouldn't have got a check. That's why they had to appear and make them little stupid ass comments on the side of their house. Because had they not appeared in those episodes, they wouldn't have got a check for those specials.
Yeah, it didn't make any sense.
Yeah,
And do you
it's,
think
it's crazy.
You think they're using a lot of Christine's stuff because of Janelle's children? Because I
Yeah.
think they were in it a lot, and it looked like none of the children are in it other than Christine's kids. I don't know.
No, I think you're right. I think that's a good point. I think that part of the reason why part of the reason why we experience some of the slowdowns in some of the episodes that we experience is because of what happened to Big G's last year. And with the tragedy in the family, they can't use a lot of the footage and a lot of the stuff I'm sure that they had planned. Like, because he was like, they say that Maddie was like straightforward.
Mm-hmm.
Big G's was like,
Oh,
he
yeah.
was going for it. He was swinging for the fences. When he would get up and he would talk about his relationship with his dad, he was real. Like he would say some stuff. And if he said half of the stuff he said last season, this season, or more, then they have to get rid of that because it makes Kody look terrible. It'll make Kody look terrible. So they'd have to get rid of it. And it would just be like they would say it'd be in poor taste and that kind of thing. So I think that's part of the reason why some of the show, it seems like it goes a little slow at some points. Because like you said, I think that they have to replace those scenes.
And it seemed like Kody and Robyn is becoming more I'm not trying to use the word likable because it's not likable. They're trying to bring out a positive side to themselves.
Right.
And it's not working, but they look like they're attempting to try instead of him saying they're all stupid and I don't like them, or all that nonsense he used to do. Oh, you blinked off. Okay, but
no, I'm good. You're good.
But that's all because I know it's late.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I just had to do something off screen real quick. But no, you're absolutely right. I think that when push comes down to shove, they have a thing where Kody and Robyn have been trying to rehabilitate their image for the last, they've really been trying to do it for the last 15 years. But they really made strong pushes to try to rehabilitate their image in the last 4 or 5 seasons, in which they've been trying to retell a lot of the narrative. Like they've been trying to rewrite a lot of the narrative as to why things are the way they are, who did what, who left. Even with Kody saying that Janelle was in charge of the money. That's a whole new thing. This is literally the first, last episode and this episode is the first 2 times we've ever heard it even implied that Janelle had anything to do with the money. But that's Kody covering for himself.
Right, and it's not going to work. But you know what gets me also, because you're talking about the crying thing also. They don't cry well. But there was a part on there with Christine, and she said, she was talking about Kody, and that they were getting ready to break up or something, and she was so emotional she had to get up and leave. It was just terrible. And every time Robyn just attempted to try to cry, I'm like, can they go somewhere else? Is there another picture they can go to or something? But I'm done. 'Cause it's 1:00 at your time, I think it is. I'm done. Have a nice one.
You have a great night. Thanks for the call in, Roz. Appreciate you.
Bye.
Awesomeness. Yeah, just so we're clear, like with reality shows, like I said, the production cost on reality shows is dirt cheap. Like they pay them nothing. And Kody and Robyn and them, like their sister wives, they should be making pretty decent money because season 18 was really popular. Season 17 was extremely popular. So they've been hitting like really good numbers. So they could I could see a world where they renegotiate their contracts, especially because with the wives leaving, Kody isn't receiving those full big paycheck infusions into the Kody Brown LLC, the family fund, anymore, because they're each getting their own separate checks now. So I can see Kody going back and trying to renegotiate that contract. But even if he renegotiated the contract at a higher level, he's not getting paid anywhere near. Like, the reality stars aren't even making what a day player would make. A person who does like a day shoot. What a day shoot person could make, well, I mean, you could make good money. If you just work for a day or 2-3 days, you could make really, really good money doing those 2 or 3 days. And depending on the show, depending on your experience, so on and so forth, what your agent or manager negotiates, you can make as much as they make, like in a couple days. And they're shooting months at a time for them to get like the little, you only see me for 20 hours. They shoot them a lot. But we got Jenny Jet up in the house. Jenny Jet, what's going on? How you doing?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay. Okay. Hi, James.
How are you?
I'm good. So I'm
Good.
just gonna start with just going to watch with the episode with your take.
Mhm.
Okay. So first act. I dissected this episode and I'm trying to go real quick. Christine's planning for her kids' reactions. Peyton. Mom is theatrical. We all know this, right?
Right.
And wanted a positive response from her kids. Glad it was short. Not gonna deep dive.
No,
I want to say, are we past Christine's reaction to fucking David's relationship?
Yeah. So she's excited about it. She's happy
Yeah,
she's in
done.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
act 2.
All bases covered. Yeah.
Mary. The whole personal contact with the help of Nathan. Because she backed up to Kody because Nathan was pushing her.
Yeah. That's what she said.
Okay, I saw the video two times and I saw that it was, at the first I'm like, yeah, Nathan pushed her, but then I was just like, wait a minute. I look back, it's slow, but they're giggling and having a good time. Like, so what? And but Kody was very aggressive. I'm gonna punch you in the mouth.
Right. Yeah. Kody wasn't feeling it. Because
No.
it's also a thing where she was coming out of the truck where Kody was, down the ramp to get the bike. Nathan said, and I quote, well, I'll paraphrase, but he said something to the effect of, you're finally going to help me push this onto the truck. Appreciate the last minute effort. So he gave Mary a hard time because he brought the thing probably from all throughout the house, and Mary was nowhere to be found because she's in the truck playing around with Kody. Then she comes out of the truck, grabs the handlebars of the bike to take it up the ramp so that she could back herself up into Kody. But she knew Kody was back there. It's not like, Kody jumped out of the box or something. Like, he was in the truck. You know where he was.
But Kody saw it coming, dude. Like, come on. He could have.
Yeah. And so he let it happen. And that's kind of the weird thing about it. Because I think that
yes.
there's that point where, I do recognize the point where when you're somebody who wants to be wanted, you like when people like you. It doesn't necessarily mean you like those people or you want those people. It's just that you want people to find you attractive. He wants Mary to continue to chase after him and pursue him because it does something for him. It validates his feeling that he's special, he's attractive, and he's the one. And how awesome he is, because I got this woman and she's been chasing me if you look at it from like Kody's perspective, Mary literally chased him from state to state to state, house to house to house. And she spent according to Kody, last 8 to 9 years begging him to be in a relationship with her. And so, yeah, he feels like, he feel like the man when he's sitting there, she's doing all this extra stuff to him. And that's part of the reason why I wasn't a big fan of it.
Yeah, to me it was just like, oh come on, dude. Like, all of you guys get over it, but whatever. But also it was I think that Mary waited around to choose to move during filming because Kody would have agreed.
Good point.
Okay, so now
That's a good point.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
Act 3, let's move on because I'm not trying to take up your time. But Act 3, Janelle and Christine, I have my notes, by the way. It's never Kody's fault. That was the highlight of their conversation, right?
Right.
Oh, Robyn, it's never their fault. That's why it doesn't matter to them if it's someone else's. It's someone else's fault, not theirs, right? So I think this is their philosophy in life. How am I doing something wrong when it's not my fault?
Mm.
And so continuing, first time that that Janelle sees Mary in a year and a half. Like it's just like, yes. So
Yeah.
look, I get that they're filming and it gets expensive because they're living in they're all in different times of their life. Where are they at? And they're trying to cram it up, and it's well deserved because we've been behind.
Right.
But going back to the controlling money, we're viewers, and we've been knowing that. Okay, I wasn't under the impression as well that Janelle controlled the money, but early on, because she's made it very clear that's my niche, not her plus size. That's not her niche, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Stupid as Robyn. Yeah, who cares? So that was back then, but now it's coming out because they're fed up with it, right? So moving on to Act 5, Mary moving. Yeah, Kody. Oh, so this is the second act of Mary moving. Kody points out that Mary is the wonderful woman I would have liked to been married to.
Yeah. Well, that's the bait. That's the bait.
Yeah.
So trying to pull her back in.
But
so she thinks there's hope that they could get back together. Because again, he likes to be wanted. He wants to be wanted. So
yeah, I'm trying to wrap it up. But how old is she for her to take the bait, and it's just like, oh shit.
Yeah.
The bait
She's kind of been taking it for this long though. So
okay. I heard. Okay, so you had mentioned something earlier before you started taking the calls, right?
Mm.
You were talking about Robyn's jewelry.
The jewelry line.
And how would you call I don't know, we're talking about Mary. I'm sorry, I'm so confused, but I made a note and you were talking about the Robyn's jewelry line. Oh yes. You were saying that she's known for making jewelry and she brings a notebook.
Right. Yeah, because the whole sister wife's closet was supposed to be her baby,
I said, you asked the question, what would her line of jewelry be called? And my first thought was the severance package piece.
Yeah, right. The severance package piece. Yeah, right. This is the severance package. It's like a little gift.
Right?
Yeah.
In a box.
Right. A little wooden box with
That
divorce
so
written on it.
The severance package piece. All right, so then moving on. That brings me back to, so before this, so they're having a ball, right? The boys and Mary.
Mary, yeah.
Robyn, with that fail, by the way. it's just like Mary's reaction to that, it was just like, can I just have fun with my first husband, my ex that I gave up to you? Why are you here? Can I just
Yeah. Yeah,
him?
it did have that vibe to it.
Why the fuck are you here? Like,
Right, right.
I'm trying to get rid of shit, and here you come bringing a fucking notebook and
Or
write my
pulling me away from my good time.
why? Yeah, but you see, we caught on, dude. Like you mentioned it. It was her her way in the play. Like, you see,
Oh,
I'm ahead of the crowd. Is like, no, you're not. I
right.
didn't expect this of ramen tonight. I really didn't. I saw her. I was just like, oh, so you're coming out right now, and you're trying to cry, like.
Yeah, she was trying to pull her into it. Just because she wanted that scene. Robyn wanted that big scene tonight. I guess this was supposed to be our hardware night. This is the night that was going to cement her her Oscar or her daytime Emmy.
Her-
Her Emmy award.
Oh, geez, dude. She's like, I don't know, man. Okay. um. Okay, so then moving on to Janelle and David, how they met. I honestly felt they were both guarded because they love Christine.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
guarded.
Well, that and the importance of their relationships are like if they don't get along, they need to get along because as crazy as Christine is about David, if Janelle doesn't like him, there's a concern on Janelle's end that she might not have a relationship with Christine. And of course, Christine put a lot of pressure on David because she said that this is my sister wife and she's going to be a part of my life no matter what. So if David doesn't get along with Janelle, that puts undue pressure on that relationship. So I think I could sense like some of the hesitance as far as that's concerned because that's a lot of pressure. If you don't get along with my friend and we can't date anymore, like holy crap! Like I got to make a great impression.
It is, but they have kids together with the same dude, and David is well educated. He knows how polygamy works, and he knows that it doesn't work.
Right. But if
So
they don't get along, what I'm saying is their
yeah,
personalities don't match.
yeah, no,
Like, cause
yeah,
you know, you can understand where people coming from, but you just don't like their
and,
personality.
and that's the vibe I got. They were guarded, like, you know,
Mm-hmm.
they had their fence up, and that's a good thing because. But with this episode, towards the end, and I'm not done, but towards the end, now that we're talking about this subject because it has to do with it, it just got like me spinning. Wait a minute. So the timeline of Christine and David. Oh yeah, they met 2 months ago. They met 3 months ago. Holy shit! So wait a minute, and you're on camera. Like, I never thought of it. Like, I'm like, oh okay, but he knows Christine. He said it before. I don't want to go into it, but he's fully aware. I'm not saying that because we know that the daughter has something to do with it. I'm not dissing anything. It's great that you guys like each other, love each other. Jumping into it quick, as the kids have said it, it's on camera real quick too.
Right.
How comfortable can you be like that? Unless, are you madly in love? Great, like, but it's still questionable, and that's something that I didn't think about after this episode. I was just like, wait a minute. It's been long enough. We're half in the season in. That's real clear that they're jumping into the relationship quick, but it's like, oh shit, it's being filmed too. Like, how can you jump to the relationship that quick and be comfortable and make big decisions in life?
Right. Well, I mean, I think that you can do it. It's just that I don't necessarily like this isn't one of the things that I would be say like I said, this is an exception more than a rule situation.
Yep, and I
You
agree.
know,
Yeah.
yeah, this is an exception more than a rule. Like if it works for Christine, then that's awesome. And everything, like if she finds happiness, that's awesome. But like if you said to me, like just these are the facts of a relationship, And would you recommend this for as a rule? I would say no. I would just say no. But I mean, if it works for Christine, like I said, she's a grown ass woman. She can do whatever she want to do. You know, she's been through enough that she has to she's kind of making her
Yeah,
own bed and
and
making her own way.
and she's lucky that her dude is fully aware. He didn't partake in it, but the sisters have. So he's not too far fetched. He knows the culture, you know.
Right.
Okay, so then I'm going to Act 6. Mary and Kody goodbye. Kody is Robyn's student, by the way, coaching him and shit.
Mm.
How to cry and whatnot. Kody's performance. Mary only hears favorite, but you are an ex. That's all she hears. Oh, I'm the favorite of something, but you're an
Right.
ex, right? And then Nathan is crying in the background. Why are you crying?
Oh, was he crying? I just thought he was looking away.
He looked away crying though.
Oh, really?
That's why he looked away, because just he kind of like,
Well, because he had he had a divorce too. I mean, if he was crying, he might have been crying about his divorce and not necessarily Kody and Mary's situation.
no, like that's exactly what I thought. But then again, it's just like, but why? If you already went through it, and if Kody, out of all peoples, is your best friend, and Mary is his first wife and the sister of your wife, are you not? You have to know what's been going on for how long, and you're crying.
Right. Well, I don't think he was crying for them. He might have been crying for himself.
Yes, and that's what I think. But it's just like, it's very sad. Like, it comes down to a loss. And
Right.
Nathan has had more passionate for Mary than fucking actual Kody.
Yeah. Well, he might actually like Mary. So I mean, I think that might be a subtle difference.
Oh, man, you think so?
Like
Now you're
I think Nathan might actually like Mary, whereas Kody doesn't necessarily like Mary. So it doesn't, like, for him, like, Mary is an opportunity for him to be able to demonstrate how sensitive he is. Or Mary is an opportunity for him to demonstrate how he feels about losing his other wives and his family changing to justify him being happy in his new relationship. But he doesn't care for Mary. And that's part of, or at least this is the interpretation I have. I don't think that, from what I'm seeing, I don't see where he cares for Mary as a human being. He cares for Mary as a storyline. He cares for Mary as something to reference when he's trying to say how he's being affected. But he doesn't, because even in his whole speech, not one time did he reference how Mary felt in losing her husband or losing his family, or this falling apart for Mary. He only talked about how this was affecting him. If you listen to what he said, like, it was all about, like, this is how it affected me. My big picture has changed. I had people leave, and I cared about these relationships, but nobody else cared about these relationships. And this is how it's affecting me. But he didn't talk at all about how this was affecting Mary. And he's standing in the house moving Mary's shit from Utah, or from Arizona to Utah, and standing in her house where he's dropping her off. And he is yet to mention how this is affecting her. Like, he doesn't care about Mary.
It's an opportunity moment.
Right.
He's filming. Come on, Mary, she knows. And I've been a desperate broad. I have been desperate. I have. Well, if I hang out with this person, they're going to be there. I've been that person. So now that it's like filming an opportunity for other reasons, the only thing I can relate to Mary is being desperate. But I was young as fuck. She did her thing, whatever she had to do, and she said it herself. Whatever it took to marry this attractive man, she would have done, and she did. She did do it for the sake of staying with him. And I have done the same thing, but I didn't marry. Okay, not to make it personal. The point is that it depends on the person. I'm not person early on, young, that I did what I did, and I'm losing my train of thought. But going back to Kody's bitch ass, like I did what I had to do to be with him, but I got over. Oh, okay, I got over him real quick, and Mary still has been hanging on, and
Right.
that's where I get frustrated with her. It's just like, what you're doing is cool. If you have to back up to him, like,
Well,
whatever.
yeah.
It wasn't getting. It's not gonna get you nowhere.
Yeah.
He's,
Well, I mean, you're
he's
never going to get him back. Like he's
no.
already gone. But
Hell yeah.
like, cause I get it. Like I've been accused of being hard on Mary too. Oh, you're hard on Mary. Give her some grace. I do give her grace. I understand why Mary does what she does. I understand about like the plight of being involved with the nature of institutional oppression that she was involved with and wed to for so many years. I understand the power and draw of the polygamous organization that she was in, the patriarchal family that she was a part of. I get it. I understand the influence that her mom had. I get all that. The only thing that I will say is that me understanding why she's doing what she's doing won't stop me from saying that she shouldn't be doing it for the sole fact that if I do that, I am now part of the problem. Part of the reason why Mary could be treated the way she has, and this goes for all the wives, the reason why the OG3 could be treated the way they've been treated is because too many people in their lives are sitting around observing how they did this and why they're doing what they're doing, and they're not saying this shouldn't be this way. This isn't fair. This isn't right. They're not calling them out on it. And because they don't get called out on it, you normalize the situation and you make it okay for this to happen. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend like, okay, well, Mary keeps going back because this is how she grew up. Mary was a part of this for 30 years and she's just going to keep doing this. This is a cycle of abuse. And so therefore this makes it okay. It's not okay. And we have to stand there and say, like, we have to stand there by ourselves and say that this is not okay. It's not all right that your husband is off. You know, if you're not okay with your husband going off, get off how you get off. Do your thing. Get your freak on how you get your freak on. Whatever. But if you're not okay with something, don't be okay with it because you're trying to hold on to somebody. Don't be okay. If you're not okay with your husband taking another wife, and it bothers you, I don't care how you grew up. If it bothers you, listen to yourself. That's all I'm saying. I get it though. I get it. And like you said, I'm not trying to say that Mary is wrong. I get why she's doing what she's doing. And I understand that there's a possibility if Kody was to ask her back, if Kody stood there in that house at Lizzie's inn and said, Mary, you know what, the hell with it? I'm moving you down here. This is breaking my heart. I want to try. Mary, can we start dating again? I think Mary would go back out with him.
But yeah.
I think he could have pulled her back in. But I would also be standing there like, don't do it, Mary. don't take that.
Not unless he has positive receipts, and all his receipts has been non-existent, questionable, under the radar. Like, who wants that? If you're truthful, like, man up, show it.
Right.
I'm gonna.
I mean, if you're gonna be in it, be in it. If you about it, be about it.
Exactly.
But don't half step and don't play. Like don't play with people's emotions. That's my whole thing. Just don't play with our emotions. If you're serious and Kody was serious about being upset and he really wanted to work it out with Mary, and this is something you committed to, I'm all for it. But don't play with her. Don't tell her that you want to work it out so you can get her to sell her house. And then you guys are going to start dating when she get to Arizona. She show up to Arizona, all of a sudden you lose her phone number. That's wrong. Like that's not cool. Like I know,
James, I get you, and I was trying to end it, but I'm just like, I can't help to. I get it, but the only reason why Mary frustrates me is because it's just like, how many fucking proof,
Yeah.
how much behavior you saw from this man firsthand, and you still try to thug it out. Cause I'm a true thug. I write it out and I see it,
Hmm.
and she tried to write it for him. Cool. I've been in love with some fools. Like she's in love with fucking Kody. But it's just like, dude, like you're not on the list. And this is not upcoming seasons. This has been going on since fucking season what? I'm being
Yeah.
generous, by season 4 or 5.
Right. I was about to say that about 4 or 5, maybe 6 at the latest.
Right? It's just
Maybe
like
6. But yeah, it was early. It was early. She was getting
it was
dogged out. He
on,
was
and I
dogging her for a
get it.
while.
Dude, make your money, work it, girl, do what you gotta do. But and I was young at the time. I'm telling you, I was like seeing it in my youth, and to see it now is just like, Mary, you just have one kid with his ass. How come you haven't moved on, people?
Right. It's okay. It's all right. It's happening.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
go. So okay, so I'm trying to end it, blah blah blah. So we covered everything, but then her homegirl Jen, when Kody was crying, she's like, "Would you like to be the flower girl?"
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. I want to walk her down the aisle now. Nah.
You
You'll be lucky if you get invited. And it's weird that you would get invited, but okay. I mean, it is what it is.
But you see how her homegirl Jen, she's a true homegirl. She's like, "You're trying to be the flower girl."
Right.
She's not playing. She's not playing. She's like, fucking Mary, wake up! Like,
Yeah, it's rough. But thank you
and then
so much for
no, but oh yeah, sorry, yeah.
No, were you finished?
No, what I was gonna follow up is not appropriate, so I just rather end it.
Okay. All right, but thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate you.
Thanks, James. Thank you.
All right.
I'm glad
Have a
that
good night.
I was able to. Good night. Bye bye.
Bye. Awesome. Oh, just where I saw earlier somebody wrote in and said something to the effect of we are criticizing Christine. Just so we're clear, on this channel, nobody's safe. This is not a safe space. So everybody get talked about. Like if I feel like you did something that is worth talking about, I'm gonna talk about it. Like full stop. Like it is what it is. But as far as as far as Christine goes, I've said it before. If I have to reiterate it, I will. When it comes to Christine and her romantic relationship with David, we know how it ends. Well, not how it ends. We know where they are now as far as being married. Nobody's mad at Christine because she found somebody and she's happy with that person. That's not what we're saying. What I am saying is if I was full stop, we'll back it up. When Christine started dating Kody, she was sure that she wanted to marry Kody. If somebody would have said 30 years ago, hey, maybe you should take a little time, maybe you guys should figure it out, would that have been bad advice? How many people get married, meet somebody, and you love that person, and you really feel that connection with them in the first few months that you date them? That's not a criticism. That's just, it is what it is. People are going to make good decisions. People are going to make bad decisions. It's just how you're willing to deal with the decisions and the fallout that you have. I am just concerned. My only concern would be if it was just Christine and Christine was living her life, then it is what it is. The only thing that would give me pause in this situation is especially with her having children and how her kids are taking it. That's a point of pause. If getting and rushing into a relationship soon after you leave a relationship, that would give me pause. This is anybody. This isn't just a Christine thing, or I'm against Christine, or I'm against Mary. Mary met a guy, Amos, and she was dating Amos for a couple months, and that relationship didn't work out. Does that mean that Mary's a fool or somehow she's not deserving? No. When people get like Christina made a point, I think it was last week, that when she got involved with the one situation, Jade, I'll be right with you. She got involved with the one situation. She said, "Well, I'm smart," and somebody said something to the effect of, "She's smart and she knows stuff." Does that mean that if somebody gets involved with somebody and that person is bad, that they're dumb, that they don't know stuff, that they're not aware? No, it just means that you just don't know. Sometimes it's too early. Relationships are early. Now, there's a possibility. I don't know David. David might be an amazing dude, and I hope that he is. He might be an amazing dude. But if you just give me the skeleton of their relationship, and again, this isn't me bashing Christine's relationship, but if you gave me the skeleton of their relationship, a woman was married, I want to say a woman, a person was married for 30 years. They leave that relationship. It was an unloving relationship. The person who they were involved with did very little, if anything. They were a horrible partner. They come out, they meet somebody, never have dated anybody seriously except for the person that they were in a shitty relationship with. Then they date that person for 2 months. This guy is showing attention. He's showing affection. He's opening doors. He's being polite. He picks up a check every now and again, or he pays for dinner. And these are things that she's not used to. And she decides that she wants to marry this guy. I would have pause. And that's not I hate Christine. That's just, I would be like, maybe it's a little early. Maybe it's just something to be worried about. But again, Christine is a grown-ass woman. She's not my friend. I don't know Christine. We're not buddies. No matter what happens with Christine, good, bad, or indifferent, she's not going to call me up and say, "James, you were right. I should have waited." She don't give a shit. That's not going to happen. I just want the best for her. And if that means that she marries a guy after knowing him for 2 weeks, then God bless her. I hope it works out. I hope that her relationship with David lasts forever and a day. I hope that he's great and awesome with her kids. I hope her kids grow to love and having a man around who they can rely on and who they can trust. I hope that that's the case. But please don't misinterpret my concerns or the things that I say as far as this is concerned, because like I said, this is not the rule. This is the exception. I wouldn't recommend anybody go out and try to find somebody in the first week and start looking for wedding venues before the month is out. Just sorry, not sorry. Jada, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, James?
Not much. Living life.
Hello, everyone. I'm not gonna hold you. I know it's really late. I just wanted to say that Mary starting off with, "Oh, do you know what today is?" Like, it is their anniversary.
Yeah.
That was wild. Like,
just so happens.
And then at this point, I'm just watching it to be watching it because they're not honest. They're not being honest. And it's annoying. It's really annoying. Everybody just needs to be honest.
Well, let me ask you a question, Jada, because you were patient. I appreciate your patience. Let me ask you this. One of the complications that I had early on with the entire Sister Wife franchise was I felt as though they were being dishonest with how they were presenting their relationships, even early on. When they were sitting around talking about how great the relationships were, how Kody is ever present, how he's a hyper involved parent, how he's the best dad ever, he's the most attentive husband ever. And then now we're sitting around in season 19 talking about none of that was true.
Right.
So in comparison or in light of what you just said about feeling like things aren't being portrayed honestly, do you see any comparisons between how we started to where we are now, or do you think it's a little different?
Well, so my mom used to watch it, and I just like would see a little bit of an episode here and there in the middle of it, and I started watching it season 17. So after I watched that season, I was like, "What the heck?"
Who living like this? You're
I said, then
devil
I
is a
went
lie.
back and so I was like, they let this bra in what after being together this long? I said, and then I said, this is some pimping hoe shit if I ever seen.
Right. Yeah.
Like, this is wild. They weren't never honest. They didn't have no relationship like that. Like, no, they weren't never honest from the beginning. It was wild.
No, I think that's fair. Because again, I think that's part of the challenge. Like, you want to make it interesting, especially when you talk about alternative lifestyles. You want to make it seem like it's a lot better than it actually is. But at the same time, this is where I talk about, we have to be honest with these types of relationships. Because if I sat here and I was like, yeah, everything that everybody does on the show is perfect, and this is how you should live your life, then I would be leading people astray. Because 18, 19 seasons ago, it would sound like everybody should go out and try to have sister wives. As a man, I should be going out trying to, have 4 and 5 women who are adoring me, and I should be trying to make a bunch of babies with these women because everything is going to work out great. And it's going to be a little hard at first, but after we get the kinks worked out, they're going to be sitting on a porch watching their grandkids at some point. When in reality, your money gonna get split up.
No, but for them to just keep filming after G and just be not honest, it's wild. Like,
yeah.
Just say what it is. And I really want TLC to just let these women, the OG3, just sit in Robyn and Kody's face and tell them how they really feel. Like, be honest. Just get it all out.
Yeah, it sounds like it might be coming because they starting to you can see the frustration, especially from Janelle and even with Mary. Like, I think that Mary, her turning point wasn't necessarily that Kody left. I think her turning point was seeing the hypocrisy of I won't even say hypocrisy, but the fake and fraudulent way in which Robyn shows up to the house and all of a sudden she's so super broke up that Mary's actually leaving. But it's like, woman, I've been sitting here begging your ass to come, and you can't find your way over here. Now that I'm leaving and the cameras are here, now all of a sudden here you come.
Lights,
and you want to take me by the hand and you know what I mean? And bring me up in the house and cry with me. What are we doing?
Get lost. That is,
Robyn
and Kody and their tears, gone with that.
Yeah. Yeah, like I say, you can miss me with that one. Exactly. I'd have told her, like, you can miss me with this. Like, because I've been trying to get in touch with you for months.
Tell her, Mary. Tell her. Just get it out. Yeah, so that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Great call.
Yeah, have a good night.
You too. Oh, somebody said, was it Sarah? James, have you talked to any Jessups or how all the brainwashing goes? I have not spoke to any Jessups. I'm willing to talk to. I'm willing to talk to anybody. If somebody want to call in or talk, set it up. MyTakeOnRealityQuestions at gmail.com. I'm willing to talk to anybody. But like I will say this. Please, please, please understand that if we're having on the channel, I try to have open communications, let people, voice their opinions. As long as there's nothing too crazy, I like people to be able to say what they have to say the way they want to say it. But if it comes to something to where you're presenting an idea as a rule then we'll have to explore that. Like, I don't necessarily want to have a debate. Like, we don't have to argue with each other, but we could have a conversation. And in that conversation, there might be some pushback. So I would just say that even with some of the people or whatever, I would want to understand why they do what they do, how it works out. You know, I would like to talk to Robyn's people. I want to talk to her ex's people. You know, like, holla at me, or even Christine's aunt. Like, I'm kind of curious because I've always admired Christine's aunt because she was one of the first people who came on the show and actually said, "Hey, these relationships aren't as positive as you guys are making them out to be." I mean, we've come to a point where each one of the wives is basically saying that polygamy isn't all that it's cracked up to be, especially the way they presented it. But Christine's aunt, Kirsten Durst, I think her name is, she was one of the first people on the show to come out and say, look, this isn't all it's cracked up to be. And I'm not speaking as an outsider, like somebody like me who isn't a part of the community. She said that I'm speaking as somebody who is part of the community, and I'm telling you that this isn't how it goes. So I would be interested in having a conversation with her. But let me see. Just yeah. Peanut butter. We're gonna have Natalie's coming back. I just have to work it out with her. Let me see one thing. Oh, it's not Kirsten Dunst. Damn. That was terrible. Kirsten Dunst. Wow. That's the woman from Spider-Man. Kristen. I forget her last name. But I always thought she was interesting. Like, she'd be an interesting conversation. But I think we have one more call. Let me just make sure some stuff be my day. Okay, yeah. So we have one more call. This will be the last call, and I'm gonna hop off because I got to get up at some point tomorrow so I can do some things. Got to get up early tomorrow too. But whatever, we're gonna make it do what it do. Betty, what's going on? You had to come back, huh?
Girl, I was going to sleep, but I was listening to you when I was going to bed, talking about Miss Christine
Right.
and David. I love they're having their love story right now.
No,
Love it.
absolutely.
But I do wonder at their age, and I'm old. So because I've had this conversation with my own children.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I would hate to see, like, how old was Trudy when they got together? What, 14?
She's 4. Well, I think she's 14 now, so she was about 12 or 13.
Yeah. So she's getting attached to him.
Mm-hmm.
So you would hate to see it be 5-10 years down the road and that be snatched away again.
Right.
Like, I mean, that would be a relationship. Like, she's really developing feelings for the man, like a father figure. And also, like, I wonder, like, I would love to see them talk about real life being that, like, I've talked with my children because my mother-in-law, God rest her soul, had Alzheimer's. And so it's a very real possibility that my husband could develop it. My mom had it. So, I mean, like, you know, in my old age, I just want to be the old, like,
Right.
let me go on a scooter and I'll be happy. But, like, I just wonder if they've had those real life at their age. And I'm not being racist about that or ageist or whatever the hell you want to call it.
Right.
But I mean, I'm damn near 60. Well, may look a little older, but hey, life has been good. But, like, I mean, I have those conversations with my own children.
Right.
And I just wonder if they've had real life, like, if this is going to be for the long haul. Have they had those conversations? Because Trudy's so young that 20 years from now, she'll only be in her 30s. My oldest is 38. And we've had to have those really hard conversations about Alzheimer's disabilities, things that can happen
Right.
that can rip. I mean, like they can rip a family apart, but you have to have the really hard conversations. So I just wonder if they've had those.
Right. Well, I mean, because even with regard to like with Truly, I I mean, I've known people who were single parents, and
My mom
honestly,
was.
you know, when it comes to like, dating as a single parent, I know people who were single parents and the person that they were dating didn't meet their child in 2 months, much less talk about getting married and moving in the house. Like you didn't even meet their kid because they weren't sure if the relationship was there because of the fact that, like you said, you don't want to have a situation where you have people coming in and out of your child's life, and you don't want to have even if it is more of a mainstay relationship, you don't want to have your child grow attachments to a person who's not going to be around. Sometimes these are things to be concerned about. And even with Carmel Kody, I recognize the fact that she says, I know a couple who dated for 2 months before getting married. They've been happily married for now 15 years with 3 kids. I don't judge anyone's timeline to love. I'm not judging timelines to love either, but I will say that there's a reason why this story is a story. The reason why you could say I knew somebody who knew somebody for 2 weeks and they got married, and they've been married for 50 years, or I knew somebody who got married after 2 months of knowing somebody and they've been married for 15 years, have 3 kids. The reason why that's a story is because it's an exceptional story. It's something that is peculiar. If this is something that was commonplace where you met somebody, you knew for sure this is who you wanted to be with, you married them right away, and you lived and died together, and this happened every day, then it would be something that wouldn't even be of note. I would
Yeah.
be weird for even bringing it up. But the fact that you pull somebody out, you could pull a story, that lets me know that this is weird enough and strange enough and unique enough to where it might not be the most ideal thing for you to do. So this is that moment where if you fall in love and it's working, it's working. Do you?
Well, so, I mean, I've been married since I was 18 years old, but I will tell any couple, including Christine, and she should know, when you hit that, and maybe not for you, but when I hit that 10-year, 12-year mark, because I got married at 18, we grew apart not apart, but we grew as people.
Right.
And we had to learn to come back together and how to figure it out as a couple. Now, I've been married almost 40 years, but I'm not going to lie, that 10-year, 12-year mark was the roughest of my life because we had been through so much as a couple that being from 18 to 28,
Right.
we had different interests. We had different friends. I mean, like we were growing as people and we had to learn
Right.
as a married couple and with children how to come back together and how to stay as a family. And we've done it almost 40 years, but I'm not going to say it was easy. And
Right.
I mean, like, and I have a best friend that God bless her. Her ex-husband has 5 different women in his life with his son there. And like we were talking tonight, I'm like, okay, well, you just need to reiterate that that's not okay.
Right.
And try to reiterate as a man. And that's what I tell my boys as a man, you set the example. You have to lead as a man. Not that Kody ever could, because I don't think as a father, anything that he's a father figure or anything else, because a father puts your children first. Come hell or high water, your kids come first.
Right.
Well, as a parent, mother or father, really.
No, I get you. But I would even say that like because even in your story where you guys were 18 and you kind of struggled till you were 28, part of that is that at 18, like being an older person, I recognize at 18, you think you know everything. But
God, we thought we knew it shit.
yeah, you don't even know who you are at 18. And while you're trying to figure that out, that's part of the challenge when you get together so young. And this isn't like saying that Christine is young, but when you're young, you guys are trying to figure out who you are and you're developing together. Now, the challenge is that you have to make a decision that you're going to attempt and try, and a conscious decision that we're going to grow together. the problem that a lot of people have when they're trying to traverse that 18 to 28 year range is that instead of them trying to figure it out together, he goes off to his corner and figures it out by himself. She goes off and figures it out by herself. And the problem that a lot of folks have is they never come back together to figure it out together so that they can grow together. So you grow separately and you grow apart. And that's where a lot of the challenge comes in. But that's just something that this isn't something that you pick up because it is what it is. It's just, you're around and you notice things and this is where wisdom comes in. And when part of that wisdom is understanding that, like, after 2 months, it may or it may not be enough time. And I'm not saying, again, I'm not Christine's friend. I don't know Christine like that. So when I speak about like a short-term relationship, I'm not saying specifically, I'm saying Christine because she's an enigmatic, objective person that I can point to and say this type of relationship. But Christine's relationship might be rock solid. I hope it's rock solid. I hope it's perfect.
Praying it is, but right now they're riding the high.
Right, exactly. In 2 months, you guys are even a year.
When you're riding the high, everything is coming up roses. It's when you hit those lows that really show you whether or not you have the emotional, mental, and physical fortitude to carry this relationship through. Because, like, I mean, we've been through highs, lows, ups, downs, physical ailments. We've been through it all.
Right.
And, like, I had to learn at, say, 15 years of marriage, I love to dance and be silly. Like, I mean, I still go to the clubs. Girl, I love to get out there and, well, I would say shake it, but right now it's just more like melt it into that. And my husband didn't, and that's okay. He doesn't have to. He doesn't have to do it. But he allows me my freedom to go with my girlfriends. We go have a fun night. And he likes to sit and watch stupid shit on TV that I can't stand. Like, ugh. He watches the dumbass shit that I don't like, but I allow him to do it. And it's okay if he's upstairs, I'm downstairs, or he's in one room, I'm the other, because he snores like a freight train. God. I'd be like this.
Well, because I would say this. I think that there's a point, too, where even if we talk about like a time together, there's a point where you could look at Kody and Mary, like that's the relationship we're talking about tonight. But we look at Kody and Mary's relationship. The two of them have been together for 33 years.
But not really.
Well, together, not together, right? But at the end of the day, the reason why they're not together is because one person was willing to try and the other person wasn't. You had one person who was putting in 100% and the other person wasn't putting in anything. So when the rubber meets the road, if you're with somebody who is not trying to be with you and not trying to make it work with you, you can't overdo your effort or put in so much effort. I got enough effort for me and them. You don't. No. And this is part of the problem. Thing. Right.
Like there's really no such thing. And when rubber met the road, it melted.
Right.
There was no foundation. It wasn't solid. Which means it really wasn't solid from the time Janelle came in on. They weren't, I mean, she wasn't built for polygamy. She just wasn't. Right. Who is? Because, I mean, I'll be damned. Well, now I might be because I'll be like, hey, come on. I need you. You can clean the house. Give me some cash. Let me go shopping.
Right.
You go wrap a split.
Like when you go to the club, you can sit.
Like now, I'm all for it. Like, honey, if you can find one, go get them. Please bring them on in.
Right.
Because I'm old. Now I'm like,
sit there and talk about your shows.
polygamy works at 60. Because then you're like, fuck yeah, bring them young ones in. Right. I got dishes that need to be washed. There's the laundry. There's a vacuum. I'll catch y'all later. Do what you want.
Right.
Well, I love you, sweetheart. I know you got to get up early, and so do I.
All right.
But that just struck me because I'm like, with Christine, I just hope and pray that it lasts, because when you're talking about children
Mhm.
and you, like, she's investing not just her heart, but their heart.
Right. Right.
And if it doesn't, 10 years down the road, you don't want to see that child's heart ripped. Like,
Mhm.
just ripped away from them, that I mean, like, it become, so it's so much more when you have children.
Right.
And that's what I tell my friend that has a child. I'm like, make sure you know who they are, and do not bring people in and out of your child's life. If it's something serious, that's fine.
Right.
But don't let that child get attached
Mhm.
to someone and then you rip them away. That
Right.
is the worst thing you could do to a kid, because then they still think, well, was I not enough?
Right. Right. Right.
So,
Well,
and
because
that
then,
always breaks my heart.
yeah, you also create a sense of transience with the child, because people come and go, so nobody is steady. There's no security. There's no, consistency. And so, I mean, and again, this is I guess the high-minded part of the conversation, how we hope things will go. A lot of
I'm
times,
praying.
the plan doesn't work. Like, what did Sun Tzu say? The plans don't most battle plans don't survive first contact with the enemy. Like, the first, these are just principles that you try to hold out and hope for the best. Does it always work? Or the rules always followed? Absolutely not. But it's just, some things work out better if you can try to maintain those rules, or at least shoot for them. Like you said, making sure that the people that you involve in your child's life, if they're going to be around, make sure they're around. I say this about natural parents. Like, if you have a biological parent and they float in and out of that child's life, that might require some regulation. You might have
Yeah.
to say to that parent, look, either you in or you're out, but you can't come here, sit here with the child for 2 months, make a whole bunch of promises, and then you disappear for 6 months and leave me with the responsibility of trying to clean up after you and trying to explain to this child why you're not coming around anymore. So either you're in all the way
You're out.
or you're out. And that's a natural parent. And this is something, and they are held clearly to a higher standard than you could hold to somebody that you're dating. So
Oh, yeah.
that's kind of where I'm falling at with this whole thing. And again, I'm
Oh, yeah.
not saying, Christine, I hope the relationship
Oh,
between
I'm
Christine
praying
and
it
David is
works,
beautiful. But I'm just saying, as a rule, these are some of the principles that I hold out.
but like I said again, right now they're riding the high.
Mm-hmm.
The long term will be see how they ride the lows, because there's a low in everybody's life. And it doesn't matter who you are, how much money you have, or anything, you're always going to hit that low.
Right.
Whether that be mental, physical, emotional health. And you've got to have the fortitude to say, okay, we're going to do this together, come hell or high water.
Right. Right.
Because there are things that happen. Life will throw some shit at you.
Yeah.
Pardon my, sorry.
No.
But it will. Life just throws stuff at you. And you got to, like I tell my kids, when you commit, like my son just got married. I'm like, okay, well, now you're going to be in it for the long haul.
Mm-hmm.
And then my youngest son has been married now 2 years. I'm like, okay, how's it going? But we talk. I'm like, okay, but understand, you're young. You're going, whether you see when you have those rough patches, they're going to come.
Right.
Along with the highs, you're going to have some, oh my God, you're going to experience some great, amazing things. Like I said, my daughter just left and I had to cram Thanksgiving, Christmas, everything all into 1 week. But I want those memories to be how much I love them.
Right.
How much their daddy loves them. And how much I love my son-in-law. Because like I said before, if you look at my family, we're like the rainbow. So, the only thing we don't allow is politics and religion.
Right. Right.
That stays at the door and everything else is welcome.
There you go.
I love you, sweetie. I didn't mean to go off on a tangent, but I was going to sleep and I heard that. I'm like, well, that would be my concern, would be that you can't rip somebody out of their life 10, 15 years from now.
Right. Well, I
or
mean, it
give
does a
the
lot of damage.
age.
It'll leave a mark. Now, I'll say it that way. It won't even do. It's not even so much damage as much as it's going to leave a mark.
No, it
So,
does do damage because
right.
I mean, I've had friends that have had that, and then like with one of my best friends, like not knowing where they belong and
Mhm.
like trying to figure it out and what's real, what's not real. I mean, like, and that's not really fair to a child. But you also, at the age, it's the whole point is, I hope they've had that talk with their, especially with Truly, or when it's age appropriate, maybe to say, okay, well, you know, you do understand that, like, we're hitting 59, 60 years old. Sometimes in the 70s, you do start experiencing mental and physical health problems so that she's prepared.
Right. Right.
Because I mean, like I said, I talk to my kids and they don't like it. They're like, "Mom, stop talking like that. Don't talk about that." I'm like, "Well, no, I want you to understand what can happen. We've been through it. So in the time that I have my mental, well, so-called mental faculties, I
Right.
want them to get as much as we can get in, and for
Right.
them to understand that if the time comes and I don't remember how to change my own pants or my pants backwards, it's okay. They know
Right.
I love them.
Right. Well, they have something to hold on to, which is nothing wrong with that.
That's all I want. And that's what I would hope that they, like, you know, I mean, like, he's what, 59? So,
Well, no, David, I think, is 60.
okay, so
Yeah, David's in his 60s, I
in
think.
good health, he may live 90. That's 30 years. So, but a lot can happen in 30 years. And I just, like, would feel like, because I had that conversation. It's not an easy one.
Right.
You know, same as funeral talks are not easy because I have to have it with my kids. I'm like, don't talk about that, Mom. I'm like,
Right.
okay, well. So I had to go through and I put, I'm one of them crazy people. So because I have daughter-in-laws and a daughter, I went through and put name tags for everything that if something should happen to me, not yet, God forbid, but they each have their name on stuff so that there's no argument or hard feelings.
Right. Right. Well, I mean,
So,
that's
I
the
mean,
best
that
way to
sounds
go.
silly, but I have name tags on jewelry. I have name tags on my china cabinet, my clocks that I collect, that each one gets something.
Right. Right. Well, I mean, it's better that way than because I've seen where money and inheritance could break a family up, like in a bad way. Like it can go horribly wrong. So
Well, my
this
husband, God
always
bless
helps
his
to have
heart,
a hookup.
he wasn't one to fight about anything, so he missed out on $20,000 and never said a word. Now I'm the one who got pissed. I'm like, what the hell? But he told me to let it go, and as much as I didn't like it, I had to swallow my pride and let it go. And every time I see him, I really wanted to do this,
Right.
but
Right.
I did this instead, you know. But I mean, like, whatever it took to make him happy. But I mean, he gave up a lot.
Right. Right. Yeah, I know
But
people that got some
for
stuff.
us, like my insurance, life insurance, if I die now, my husband gets it. He dies, I get it. If we both go, it's split 4 ways. There's no ifs, ands, or buts.
There you go. Nothing
So,
wrong
you
with
know,
that.
like I said, I already have name tags on literally everything that so that if I pass away, there's no argument about who gets what.
Right. Well, that's
Because my
really good.
daughter-in-law wants my china, other ones want. So I just try to put name tags so that they know.
Right.
You know, but if I ever get diagnosed with Alzheimer's, I'm gonna be the crazy ass bitch walking down the street going, "Hey, hey, hey, hey!" But I love you, sweetheart. I know you got to go to bed.
All right. You have a great night. Thanks for calling
You
back.
too, sweetie. I love you.
All right. Have a good
Night,
night. You
night,
stay out of trouble now.
not happening. No,
Say too
I'm
late.
gonna be at the club.
I heard that.
All right,
I
love
heard
you,
it.
baby.
All right. Love you too. Take it easy.
Night, night, baby.
All right. All right. Miss Betty back in the house. Great points. Just make sure you put some name tags on stuff. Again, I think that it's awesome to have those kind of conversations with your kids too. just so you can have things nailed down as far as who's supposed to get what. So especially so they know it's coming from you and it's not coming from your kids who just happen to get to the house first. So there's that. My mom was actually very good about that kind of stuff because she always made it a point to say that we were always very careful about ghoulish attempts to, like, people pass away and then everybody go running over to the house and try to pick the house clean. The person ain't even in the ground yet. They ain't been on the ground. They ain't even cold, and everybody at the house trying to get their stuff. That's ridiculous. So my mom was always very good about saying to us, this is what I want you to have. This is what I want to have happen. This is what's going on. So when she passed, it wasn't. I don't know. Me and my brother, we weren't going to argue about that kind of stuff anyway. But it always helps. Here's when Taylor Swift with a shout out. Let's see. Oh, just so we're clear, like I noticed it seems like there's a big dispute on whether we're bashing Christine. Once again, please understand, nobody is bashing Christine. I think it's wonderful that Christine is happy. I think that it's awesome that she's found love. I can understand, like, I'm saying my stuff as a rule. If put in a mix, you find somebody, you are miserable for so long, you find somebody you happy with, I can see a world where you say, to hell with it. I just want to be happy. This person makes me happy and I want to be with them. I can see that world. I just, as like I said, as a rule though, I'm not a big fan. Like I wouldn't rush down the aisle with anybody because it's a serious thing. And it's also just a matter of best intentions. Sometimes there is a point where the people you're involved with, like David, he could have the best of intentions. Like he could fully understand and fully intend to be with Christine till the day he dies. But sometimes people change their mind. Because I've always said that when it comes to the wedding is easy, marriage is hard. Marriage is difficult because every day you have to make a decision to be with the person that you're with. That's what makes those relationships difficult. Every day that you put your head on the pillow, that might be the last day that your husband or your wife is like okay with waking up and trying. They might wake up the next day, be like, everything going great. They'd be like, you know what? I've done everything I can do in this relationship. I want something different. I want to, you're a brunette. They want a blonde haired woman. You're a blonde. They want a redhead. You tall. They want somebody short. You short. They want somebody tall. They want you more voluptuous. They want somebody more muscular. They want, you know what I mean? They want somebody older, younger. Who knows? Maybe they just want to be by themselves. They want to be by their damn self. And that's something that they choose. You can't choose for other people. So that's always a concern. But at the same time, I can also respect the fact that Christine is not living in a place of fear. And I think that that's something that we can all rally around and give her credit for, because she's not afraid to love. Even though she was in a bad situation with a bad person who treated her shabbily in her previous relationship, Christine is in a position where she's not afraid to express herself. She's not afraid to commit herself. She's not afraid to be vulnerable with another person. And I think that that's something that we can all commend her for, because it takes a lot of courage for her to say, you know what, I'm willing to put myself back out there again and try to be in love again and try to give myself wholly to another person without question and without condition. And I think that that's something that's amazing. And that excites me. But again, because I've seen, maybe it's just that side of me, that I am a little more protective with people. Maybe it's just a protective side of me. When I look at it and I say that I hope that she doesn't do this, because I would hate to see her put herself in a situation where she gets hurt again. Because I also recognize that when she left her relationship with Kody, if she gets involved with another bad situation, it could destroy her. Like, this could be the relationship that makes her. This could also be the relationship that breaks her, because it is so important. It is so valuable. So just something to think about. So it was this very happy Christine is finally a legal wife. Good for her. She's made it. She's achieved the goal. It's the legal wife status all day. I'm the age of the three older wives. Ain't none of them getting pregnant. Sorry. Yeah. I mean, it'd be an interesting. Don't put it past the reality show genies, though. They might try to run that as a storyline. Maybe one of them is checking out the live now, and that might be a storyline next year. Somebody show up pregnant. It might be Kody's. That'd be a whole damn season. That's a whole storyline season. If they trust me, and let's be honest, if they can run the fake ass storyline and Kody actually gives a shit that he left Mary and they're not together after we watch him dump her for the last 8 years, like, this has been the longest breakup ever in reality show history. He's been breaking up with her longer than some rom-coms had, like that awkward I like her and she likes me but I haven't told her yet bull crap trope that they used to run on a lot of rom-coms. They've actually done that longer on Sister Wives with Kody breaking up with Mary. So if they can run that storyline, I wouldn't put it past them to try to run she might be pregnant, who the baby daddy. Was it the baby daddy lie detector test? Maury Povich. Maybe they'll bring Maury Povich in on the last for the tell-all. Kody Brown, you're not the father. In fact, she's not even pregnant. You're all right. So there's that. Yeah, I think everybody kind of hopes. That's the weird thing about it. Death by a million paper cuts, you're right. Well, what is this? After 43, the chances are significantly reduced. That is why public funded fertility treatments are not covered after they're here in Ontario, Canada. Well, not only is it greatly reduced, but the mortality rate shoots through the roof. Like, it's crazy dangerous to be in your 40s, and especially trying to do something like that in your 50s. It's crazy dangerous. Like, this would be insane for them to try to do that. I wouldn't recommend it. I mean, it is what it is. Do what you got to do, but just saying. Yeah, so that's where we are, guys. I appreciate everybody calling in. Don't forget to check me out tomorrow night. I will be back. I want to give a big shout out to Carmel Cuties, holding a brother down in the chat, keeping everything copacetic. And please, by all means, just remember, here we like to have good conversations as long as we keeping it respectful and kind. I want to hear your perspectives. I want to hear your point of views with regard to the Sister Wives. I understand that they've gone through some things and they've had some issues, but nobody is above reproach. Everybody can get it. Like, it's not pristine Christine and untouchable, Teflon Janelle, and nobody can say something about Mary. Like, we talk about when Kody is wrong and Robyn is wrong, we have zero problem saying that they wrong. So we have to keep it fair. We have to keep it balanced, and we have to keep it even. If somebody does something wrong, we have to call them out and say that it is what it is. And that's not just being a fair arbiter. If you have friends, that's what a good friend does. A good friend is somebody who's going to call you out on your stuff. If you have somebody who will sit there and watch you do the wrong thing and tell you that you okay and you good because you their friend and they like you, that's not your friend. They're not helping you. So I try to give the best perspective I can. And again, it's just understanding that when we give these big big ideas and we give these perspectives, it's always in the mindset that nothing is perfect. That, what we're talking about is these big ideas. We're saying that this is how we hope things work. But, in practice, and in theory, this is how it's going to work. But in practice, it may look like something different. In practice, I would never recommend somebody, especially with children, start dating somebody, move in with them, invest in them financially, tie your money up with them, marry them, all within 2 to 3 months. I would never say that. But if you fall in love with somebody and you're on the ground, it is what it is. This just puts me at the last thing I'll say is, like Christine and her romance with David, I sometimes equate this to your dreams and things that you may try to accomplish for yourself. When you're trying to do something for yourself, not everybody is going to get the email. Okay, when God puts something on your heart, not everybody get copied on that, copied on that message. Okay, it might be a message just for you, and you got to do it the way you need to do it. And the people who are around you may not understand why you're doing what you're doing, when you're doing it, or why you're doing what you're doing. But it's just something that you're driven to. And I think that this is the situation with Christine. I don't, when push comes down to shove, Christine is going to make the decision that she's going to make for her happiness. And I don't need to understand why she's doing it. I don't need to understand. Well, we got one more call. Let's see. Hello? Wait, hold on one second. Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Hello, James.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Good.
Was it really that easy that I just clicked on your link? Now I'm live with you?
Yep, it's that easy.
Okay. Ask me any question. I have an answer.
Okay. What were your thoughts on the show?
Oh my God. What are my thoughts about Mary, Kody? Where do we start? Because I was like so active on your live tonight, like I felt guilty. But I felt like I was right. Did you read my comments?
Well, while I'm talking, it's hard for me to get through all of them. Well, what was your big point?
My big point was that like I'm on Christine's side, okay? Because she's in Christine's era. And I trust David. And I don't feel wrong for trusting David.
Okay.
I feel like Christine, yes, she's rushing, but she's not wrong. Okay. So until she's wrong, Christine has always been like the mother. She's been the nurturer. She's been there. She's the mom. Like Gabe trusts her.
Okay.
Janelle's children trust her. Maybe her own children don't trust her as much, but like,
well,
she has not done wrong. Like, let's give her a chance. It's okay. Like, I don't want to see her mouth kissing David. Like, nobody needs to see that. Isabel doesn't need to see that. But I think Christine is just proving a point that like, okay, like mom's in control. Mom, it's going to be okay, children. Maybe it wasn't okay before. Maybe dad was in control, but mom's in control now. And it's going to be okay. And maybe this is not like in the form that y'all thought it was going to be in, but it's going to be okay. And I think it has been okay. And it might not have been at the pace that everybody wanted it to be, but Christine is the romantic. That's just Christine. And I think Gabe gets it, and I think everybody gets it, and Janelle gets it. And it might not be like, it's not at Janelle's pace. Janelle doesn't go at that pace. Mary doesn't go at that pace. Christine's a romantic.
Right.
And that's her pace.
But that's also part of the reason why I think people are more hesitant. Because if you're a romantic, then you might not see the realities of what could happen. Because
when has she ever dropped the ball?
When has she dropped the ball? You mean with the
just for marrying Kody? just for marrying Kody, right?
30-year
So
marriage.
let her drop the ball. If she drops the ball with David, then she's done. Like
Well,
the kids
I
will
mean,
never trust her. That's it. But
I think
give her this chance, because what has David done wrong? He doesn't
it's
have
not
a
about.
rap sheet.
Well,
Like
it's not
he's done
about.
nothing wrong.
It's not
You know what I
about.
mean?
But it's not about doing something wrong. Like I think I think the wrongness and rightness of it is too simplistic. Like I think that when it comes down to it, it's just that when people look at this situation, it's not even so much that I'm commenting specifically on David and Christine. I just merely use them as an example. I think
Yes,
that
because you're
if
using
you're
it from
dating,
everybody's looking at this situation from their reference, right?
right. Well,
Like
everybody
I
does
got
look from
married,
their
like
reference
I
because
can
that's
look
how
at
you know it.
Christine, like I was married when I was 20, and I got married for 20 years, and I was married to a white man who was a white narcissist without wives. So I get that, like and James, you relate to it from a different, like everybody, that's why everybody's invested, right? You're a black man, I'm a white middle-aged woman, and even Maddie's bringing this in. Have you seen Maddie's podcast?
Yeah, I did a review on one of them on one of her episodes.
And then like the girl, I think your
Jamie.
girl did something, and she's like, yeah, I tried to get into the podcast, but she's like a millennial and she's kind of annoying. And I was like, yeah, she is kind of annoying, but if you listen to her, she's kind of like a Taylor Swift. If you listen to her long enough, like you just kind of get it. And like Maddie is enough of Janelle and a Gen Xer where like you can kind of bridge the gap.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So you
Well,
should listen. Have you listened to Maddie's podcast?
yeah, I did a review on one of her episodes.
Yeah, so I think that's really important because Maddie's not McKelty. McKelty is like a
Well, they're different.
fame whore.
Well, they're different people. I mean, it's just that I think
Well,
it's just
Maddie
personality
is
differences.
Janelle's child, and Christine is like McKelty is
Christine's child.
Christine's child on like steroids, and it's annoying.
Right.
So we can stomach Christine, but McKelty's like too much.
Well, I mean, let me ask you this: because McKelty also got married early, and her relationship worked, but kind of what I was saying before. Would you recommend to a friend, if you had a friend who just met a guy, they went away or whatever, got on Harmony or whatever, and they met a person, their relationship was going decent, and they were talking about moving in with that person after knowing them for a few weeks? Would you be like, yeah, of course you should move in with them because that's brilliant. That's a brilliant thing to do.
What do you mean if McKelty was my child?
Would you recommend to a friend that if they knew somebody for a few weeks that they should move in together? A few weeks of dating, they should move in together. Would that be a rule for you? Would that be something that you would recommend to everybody? You dating somebody for more than 4 weeks, you should start looking for apartments. Or
Of
start
course
looking for
not.
houses.
Of course not.
Of course not.
But that's your frame of
It's
reference.
not a frame of reference. What it is it's a standard. And by
And
you having
you're Catholic, and I'm Catholic too, so that's a different frame of reference.
right.
And
But what
they're
I'm saying is,
Mormon, so I mean everybody has a frame of reference, and they also have life experience.
right, but but at the same time, what I'm saying is that there's good practice and there's questionable practice. We can sit here and say, oh, because you grow up in a certain environment, you understand reality different than everybody else. Things work the way they work. People are people. We could talk about race all we want. We could talk about economics all we want, but at the end of the day, most people have similar or maybe not the same, but they have very similar reactions and experiences to one another. We have far more in common with one another than we do have diversion from one another.
And that's why politics are so weird, because like they just want us to fight. And it's like if you go to work every day and if you actually take a time out and like actually talk to people, like we're all the same. We all bleed red. I was in the fucking military. Like I don't care what color you are. Like,
Right.
we
Right.
all
We have similar
suffer in the same
experiences.
ways. It's
And
only society, and it's only our differences in the people and whatever. We all are the same. We all see things the
right.
same. I can go to work every day. I can fight I can fight harder at work with a white person than I do a black person. Like you know what I mean? Like
Right.
every
But
day it doesn't fucking matter. If you have common fucking sense, I will be your best friend or I will be your worst enemy. It doesn't fucking matter.
right. But at the
You know what
same
I
time,
mean?
what I'm
It's so
saying
stupid.
is that there are certain principles that work and some things that don't. What I'm saying is that the reason why we're talking about, like, even if we talk about the exceptions of somebody being married early on, I met somebody, I fell in love with them, and we got married 3 weeks later, and we were married for 30 years.
Mhm.
That would be an exception. If Christine's marriage to David, and I hope it does work, I hope she is making a good decision. I want nothing but happiness and prosperity for both her and David. But I would also understand that their relationship would be the exception, not the rule. And that
I
has
don't
nothing,
think.
that would
But
have nothing to
listen, I
do. Well,
don't
hold on, let
think.
me finish.
Think
I'm
about
not done. I'm not
I
done.
don't think
I'm
that's
not
the
done. I'm
exception.
not done. I'm not done talking. That would be the exception, and it wouldn't matter whether it was because they were Catholic, Mormon, they grew up in Utah, or whatever the case may be. That's
It's
the
not
point.
think about, where did you grow up? You grew up in Northeast, right? Where New York? I grew up in upstate New York. You
Well,
grew
I
up
didn't grow
in
up in New York, but I've been all over.
Philadelphia.
I grew up in Philadelphia, and I spent a
Okay.
lot of time. Hold on, I spent a lot of time in different parts of the country because I have family in different parts of the country. So I spent a lot of, like, my summers and stuff I spent down south.
Okay.
So go ahead.
All right. So
And
I
I
lost
also
my
traveled extensively as a child. So it's not that I'm
I
speaking
lost
from.
wait, I lost my train of thought though. My thought process, that's not the what were we talking? The I don't think that that's the exception of meeting people like that. That's not the because okay, this is my train of thought. When I went to
Okay.
high school, I have known so many people who, okay, even if they got married, all right, picture this.
How many people? Well, let me ask you
No, no,
straight
no,
questions.
no. Let me finish
Let
my
me ask
thought.
you straight questions.
No, let me
How
finish
many
my
people
thought.
do you know? How many people do you know that got married after knowing each other for 2 months? Let's say, okay,
Well,
I'll even give you a thing.
me.
Okay, you got married after knowing somebody for
And
2
I was
months.
married for 20 years and I had
And
3
how
kids.
many people aside from you do you know got married after 2 months knowing each other? That's my point.
All right. I have to think
That's
about
my
that.
point.
But let me tell you this.
If you can't say, look, if you can't say that most of the people I know knew
No,
each
but
other for 3
listen, let
months and
me
they
give
went
you a
on to
point.
have happy lives, then what you're saying is that it's an
No,
exceptional situation.
let me give you a little bit of different reference. How
Okay.
about somebody who got married at 18 years old, okay?
All right.
Had no children for whatever reason. They
All
got
right.
married at 18, were married for 10 years, 12 years, had no children, whatever. I don't know what their infertility or whatever, drugs or whatever. They went to Florida, got married for 12 years. She got divorced, never had kids with him, married for 12 years. She got divorced at 30, married a second husband at 32, and is on her second husband for 20 years. Like, how do you
So
explain that?
she had a 10-year marriage and then she had a 20-year marriage. It could just be the selection of people that she's picking. It could be because of it could be any number of reasons. But what I'm saying is that doesn't speak to the fact of the matter that somebody is known somebody for a very short period of time and they decide to move into that person's situation in a permanent state. That doesn't.
I can tell you only why I did that. I can tell you why I did that.
Okay.
I can't tell you why I can tell you why.
Well, it's not about, but see, again, it's not hyper specific. Like, I'm not, when Christine is going to do what Christine is going to do. She's an adult. Like, she's going to do it. She's not my friend. I don't even think she watches my show.
But I can speak
So
to, but I can
I can
speak
say
to
whatever I
why.
want.
maybe why Christine did that because I did that when I was 20 because I grew
But
up
she's
Catholic.
52. Like your position at 20 years old, why you would do something at 20 would be completely different than somebody who's 52.
Oh, I was married
Would
for
you
20
agree?
years, and now that I have children, I would never do what Christine did. I am so like, I did marriage. I'm done. I would never do what Christine. I'm not like, I have kids.
Maybe I'm missing a disagreement then. You're saying that you would never do what Christine did.
No,
But
I would
Christine was
never
okay for
like.
doing what she did?
James, I got married 6 years ago. I never wanted to subject my own children like to a stepdad. I'm like, no, I'm going to be single. I would never. But I can like relate to what she's doing. I don't think she's doing anything wrong.
I don't think she's doing anything. Look, it's not about right or wrong. Like, I don't think that I don't think the social police are going to show up and arrest Christine because she fell in love with a man and
I
she
think that
decided to
people
marry him
are
after 3
telling
months.
her she's doing something wrong, though. You
No,
know,
people are
not
concerned.
you.
I think the
But
only reason why people are mentioning it is because one, I think that we've reached a level, like a fever pitch in our fandom, where
Mhm.
there are certain people in the Brown family who have become untouchable. And so you can't even say or question anything that they do. And if you do, then all of a sudden you're anti-Christine or you're anti-Janelle. If you question as to whether, this was a good idea, then all of a sudden you hate Christine. What I've been expressing this entire time is that
no,
I'm not
I think you toe that line very carefully. I don't think you
right.
judge.
Yeah,
No, I
I'm
think you're
not
great, and
judging Christine at all.
that's why everybody comes to you on Sunday night, because there's no like, if you go like to Kody, like she like just comes up with like weird myths in her mind, and it's like, Kody, you're somewhat on the track, but like you're far off, girl. And she doesn't take the time to like interact with her fans. Like, what we want is like active interaction, and you're the only person that provides that. Do you
Well,
understand that?
I try, but I mean, I will
No,
say
but
this.
you're the only live person that we're like, so like,
Well, I think IQ does it
after
to a
Sister
fair
Wives, we're like,
extent.
who the fuck do we want to talk to? And all we can do is go to the Facebook and
Right. I'm
rant
only
and
one of
rave.
them.
You're the only James. You're the only
Only
dude, and
one of
you're a good
them.
dude.
I appreciate that. But
No,
I
but
mean,
you
like I said,
are,
I think that like overall, I think that Christine is I if things
dude.
work out,
But
which
you
I
know
do
what?
hope they do.
I'm a better fan than you. You have not even been watching, dude. I've been like a super fan in the dirt, like from 2008, like in the dirt. TLC. I was like a Kate +8. I had the Karen haircut.
Well, you are more of a
I
fan than
was
me. If you've
like,
been watching since
I was not
2008, you've been
infertile.
watching
I
more
did
than
not
me.
have to take like injections or anything, but I was like all in the like the triplets thing. Like, that's when I was having kids. I was all of the TLC. Sister Wives, first season. You ask me dude, ask me a trivia question about Mary right now.
About Mary. What's her
Anything.
brother's name?
Mary's brothers?
Yeah.
Brother-in-law
The
Nathan?
one that
Cross-eyed
no,
Nathan?
Janelle's husband.
Huh?
Janelle's ex-husband.
Janelle's ex-husband. What's his name? Do you know?
Adam Barber.
Oh God, you need to do it.
I mean, it's a trick question, I guess.
I did not know that.
It's all right. It's all right. But I'm gonna let you go because I gotta go to bed. But thank you for calling in. I appreciate it.
Did
I
you
like
record?
laughing conversations.
That was awesome.
All right.
Thank you.
It
I was
good.
really surprised that you called me.
No. I was on my way out, but hey, why not one more? All right. Have a
Thank
great
you.
night.
I appreciate it. I'm a super fan.
Thank you. I'm a super fan as well. I love Sister Wives.
Oh,
And
I
I
love
love
me.
my
I
chat.
love
My
me
chat
some
is
Sister
awesome.
Wives.
All
Coming
right.
at you from Savannah, Georgia.
All right. Savannah, Georgia. I was down in Elberton. I spent a lot of time in Elberton. It's not that far from Atlanta.
Oh, that's like 4 hours away. We're on the coast.
Yeah. It's a distance, but all right. Now you have a good night.
Thank you.
All right, Miss Betty, we're on our way out. You want to say goodbye to everybody?
Yeah, I do, but I respect Sarah, trust me. But please don't start a fucking conversation with you're black, I'm white. That shit, love her, respect opinions, but that is I'm sorry I got fired up just hearing it. I respect her, please don't get me wrong, I do.
Right.
But that is the worst damn conversation you can fucking have.
All right,
You see people as people. When I look at you, James, I see my son-in-law.
Oh, there you go. I haven't
My
met your daughter
son-in-law
yet,
is my son-in-law is my heart. He was just here. Say something against him and see what happens. And it doesn't matter about his skin color. I see him. So I'm sorry. Sarah, please forgive me if you take it the wrong way, but please don't start conversations like that. Oh, you're black, I'm white. What the fuck? No, you're a gentleman. I'm a lady. I see you, you see me. That's the only thing that needs to be said in this world. Is people need to fucking see each other. You don't see, and the first time you say, oh, well, I have black friends. Really? You have to tell me that? Why can't you just say, I have friends? Same as a black person, you don't have to say, I have white friends. No, you have friends.
There you go.
And it just pisses me the fuck off. I'm sorry.
No,
but it just pisses me the fuck off when people do that shit. Because what that does is it ingrains more and more racism, more and more. It doesn't embrace the diversity of people. Like, I hate that shit. So I'm sorry. I just got my wires worked up and it just tended to piss me off. I'm like, please don't say that.
That's all right. That's why we're here to get everything worked out so that we can have some good nights.
Please don't take it the wrong way. If that's Sarah, I don't mean it that way. I like blah, 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 blah. I'm an old Southern Mississippi woman, but I promise you, anybody can come to my table. I just hate when people start that. That's when we need to stop it. Like, I'm 60. People younger need to stop that shit right now. Stop that conversation starting out with that.
I hear you. All right.
I mean, I'm sorry. That's just me. I'm sorry, and I'm sorry to intrude. I know you're ready to go to bed. You got to get up early. So do I, because I got to make biscuits and gravy in the morning.
Okay.
Girl.
House.
Girl, come on, my door's open. You're only about 4 hours away.
Right. We can make it.
Come on. Look, girl, you need to come for Thanksgiving. But no, I'm so sorry if I didn't mean to intrude on that. It's just that just kind of hit me hard.
No, I got you.
Because, like, I mean, I've had to watch it.
Right.
With my own relatives with that. It's like, please don't start that conversation like that.
That's all right.
Like, I want it to be all inclusive, but never with starting out those words. Like, you should never say that. It's more like, James, I see you, I love you, which I do. You know I love you.
Right.
That's why I call in every week, because I absolutely love you. You feel like one of my own kids.
There you go.
Like, you are more than welcome to walk in my house right now. I give you the biggest bear hug. Like, girl, you ever in Wheeling? My husband will hook you up with a room and I'll cook you dinner.
Okay. All right. You never know. I get around now. So
look, I'm not playing. My husband can get you a room at the hotel and I'll cook you dinner.
Awesome. All right. Now
I love you, sweetheart. And I didn't mean to go off on a tangent, but that just for our community, because I like there's a lot of us. We're all mixed race. We're all people.
Right,
so that's all I would wanted to say was when we do this, don't start that conversation like that. Say, I see you, you see me.
All right. And we respect everybody's opinion. So
I do, honey. I didn't mean it the other way.
No.
I respect it. I didn't mean that.
Just add it on.
Well, I love you, sweetheart.
All right, love you too. You have a great night.
You too, baby.
All right.
Night.
All right, guys. we are officially done, and we're gonna put this in the Dunzo category. Thank you so much. I love heated discussion. Well, not heated discussions, but I love lively discussions. I appreciate everybody calling in, keeping it 100% live. Give a big round of applause for Carmel Cuties. Hold us down in the mod position. So we're gonna give something to not only Carmel Cuties, but to everybody who called in as well as the chat. And I want to make sure that you guys hook us up tomorrow. I'll be back with Reality Squad Sarah. We're going to be talking about some more Sister Wives at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can check it out on my channel or Sarah's channel. Make sure you tune in. Hit that like button on your way out. Don't forget, I'm your buddy James. This is My Take. This is My Take on Reality, and I'm out.
Yeah.